Well, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me just a moment. All right, I'm going to begin by calling the criminal docket. I'll ask for announcements from the parties. Anyone who's present who either doesn't have an attorney or your attorney does not answer, make sure I know you're here. Other than that, please keep your devices muted. State versus Omar Garcia. Rodriguez.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm present for that case. I didn't see Dan's name on it. We're present, Your Honor.
Okay, and what do we have to hear?
Your Honor, I don't believe we have any motions that need to be heard today on that matter. I think this was just a status.
And Your Honor, he's in custody.
He is in custody, Judge.
Okay, is this the gentleman who fled or who's already been tried?
This is not the one who's been tried, Your Honor. This is the co-defendant who he had absconded for some period of time.
Okay, all right. State versus Shanna Tolbert.
Present here at the probation department, Your Honor.
Does Ms. Tolbert need an attorney?
We'll ask her and see if she needs to be interviewed.
Hernandez?
In custody, Your Honor.
All right, is that an old appointment for Mr. Adams or a current one?
It's a current appointment, Your Honor. Victor Hernandez also has multiple cases, has another case or multiple cases on page 4 in which TRLA was appointed to, which I don't think they can be. I think that was one of those that Mr. Adams should have been appointed to the new cases.
Mr. Lamb is correct, Judge. That's when we were conflicted out of.
All right, David Benavides?
Your Honor, he should be in custody. This was an open plea on an MTR with Ruben Flores.
Romero Taran?
Custody, PSI is prepared, awaiting sentencing.
Juan Nietrapa?
Good morning, Your Honor. He's in custody, and we're set for a hearing on a motion for a jury trial for competency. I have been speaking with Mr. Thornton on that, and we may have an agreement, but I'd like to confer.
All right, who was speaking?
Tony Polreese, Your Honor.
All right, would you say something else, sir? I'm trying to see where you are on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm right here. I'm not sure if it's
okay. Hold on, Richard.
a Zoom issue.
I'm going to stop you sharing your screen. Okay, one more time.
All right, right here, Your Honor. Tony Polreese. They may have Will Williams on there as well.
All right. Well, there for whatever reason, it's not putting the little yellow box around whoever's speaking. So hopefully that's a lead there for you. Okay. Or hopefully that's only something going on with your computer. All right. So I'm sorry. He's in custody.
Yes, Your Honor. He's in custody.
Okay. All right. I hope that's just you. It's going to be confusing if I can't see on the multiple screens who's talking. Christopher Guzman.
Your Honor, I'm here for him. I've contacted his family. Mr. Guzman, are you on? All right. I'll try to get a hold of him again, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mark him no show and we'll recall. Oscar Balderas.
Present, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I'm here on that one as well. I'd like to confer with the state. We have a motion to amend bond conditions on this one.
Okay. Let me change the name here. Jaime Villegas. Anyone?
In
No.
custody, Judge.
I've not done so. I'm going to ask TRLA to get with him on a court-appointed attorney affidavit. Andrew Cantu.
Council President, Your Honor, we're ready to play out, Your Honor, but he forgot to sign the paper. There's 2 places he forgot to sign the paperwork, Your Honor, and we're asking for a quick reset.
All right. And is he in custody?
No, Your Honor, he should be on Zoom.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll mark you present. Ronald Voucher. Mr. Wilkerson. No show. I'll recall. Christy Cisnero.
Council's
In custody,
present.
Your Honor.
She's in custody, Your Honor.
All right. Is there supposed to be an S on the end of that?
No, it's just
Okay.
Cisnero.
Okay. Alfred Valdez.
Oscar Balderas.
Valdez. Alfred.
And I
Valdez.
filed a waiver of arraignment on that case.
Okay, what date does he have?
I filed I'm maybe finding out about, I did the pretrial and the trial docket.
Okay, so you got all 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's put remain on docket. Michelle Montalvo.
She's in custody, Judge.
Yes, Judge, she's in custody and we'll be working on a waiver of arraignment today.
Okay. Christopher Santos.
In custody, Judge.
Stephanie Gonzalez.
In custody.
We heard from Mr. Shaughnessy. Nope, we'll check on him. Frederick Schutze.
In custody.
And is his attorney present?
I see Mr. Longaker on the Zoom. He's muted right now.
Here he is. Okay, all right, I'll mark you conferring, sir. Estela Sotelo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paula Bettis for Mr. Taylor, and we filed a waiver of arraignment on that matter. And we already have a pretrial in a trial setting, I believe.
All right, so I'll just remain on docket. Jose Saldivar Jr.
Good morning. Present for him. He's in custody. And I had filed a waiver, but it got kicked back. So I'll work on getting that done today.
Okay, and I was going to wait till the end of the criminal docket, but we're going back to old practice. I'm going to continue having at least partial Zoom hearings are part of the time, but we're going back to in person on first business day of May. So we're not just giving you one date. If you have a trial track case, you'll have a pre-trial, docket call, and jury selection date.
Okay. So this case has got a pre-trial date of June 7th. So I need to get new dates in May or before then, or leave it on June 7th and then get new dates?
You might as well go ahead and get dates today if for jury, docket call and jury selection. Victor Hernandez?
He's in custody, Your Honor. He's the one that we talked about with Mr. Adams earlier.
Oh, okay. So let me,
Judge, Edward Adams, I'm on the I was appointed on the NTR a month or so ago, and then those cases got indicted, and I believe the TRLA is conflicted out. Are we all appoint me on those new cases that they're conflicted out?
Estoy en unas juntas con Sergio, pero si me puedes llamar después la una y ya te puedo ir.
Mr. Vargas, I'm muting you. And if anybody has any,
My client's in jail, Your Honor, and I'll get a pretrial waiver arraignment for you.
all right. All right, if someone will get me an order appointing Mr. Adams on Victor Hernandez's other cases, I will sign it. Oscar Oliva,
Your Honor, that's my client. He's in jail right now, and I'll get you a waiver arraignment on this matter.
No, Oscar Oliva, that's my client.
I'm
he's
sorry, Your
right-
Honor.
He's right there in the
Right here,
stylo,
Mom.
LG stylo. I filed the waiver of arraignment. Hasn't been accepted yet, but it's on. It's in the queue. I've sent it.
okay, well, I had everything done Thursday before I took off. So.
It's in the queue. It has been accepted. It's going through the process.
All right, you see there's an LG stylo, there it is.
Right here, Monitor.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, just if I may, Brad Thornton just let us know that he got kicked out of the Zoom, and now he's in the waiting room.
Oh, there you
I'm
back right now.
Okay, good. Let's say not in this hearing.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
May we be excused?
Okay, you've posted all 3 dates?
I will shortly.
Okay. No, if you've already, let me rephrase that. Did your waiver have 3 dates or 1?
It had, 1 second. It had 1.
Okay, then I need you to get a docket call and a jury selection date. State versus, and post that. State versus Sammy Coronado.
I believe that he is in custody, Your Honor. This is James Anders. I'm speaking for him.
Okay, and you're with TRLA now?
No, Your Honor. I'm not sure why. I thought that maybe that he had a second case.
We were
that
originally-
maybe they had been assigned to for some
We were
reason.
originally appointed to Mr. Coronado, and then because of conflict, we were removed. We're sure we're just on there as a typo at this point.
Okay, I'll ask the coordinator to remove, administrator to remove that. Eddie Tuttle Jr.
Morning, Your Honor. Council's present. We received word on Friday that Mr. Tuttle suffered a heart attack. So we will get medical documentation to the DA's office and to the court as soon as we can.
Okay, I ask you to get another arraignment date.
Thanks, Judge.
Raul Gonzalez.
Your Honor, that's my client. He's currently in custody. I'll be requesting a breakout room with him after the docket call, and the waiver of arraignment will be coming shortly.
Jose Sanchez.
Your Honor, my client's in jail. I'll be getting a waiver arraignment filed with the court with the 3 dates.
Mary Jane Garcia.
Good morning, Your Honor. We have been retained on this matter. We'll send in our notice of appearance if we haven't sent it in already. We are present. She is in custody.
Right, if you'll send in your notice if you have not and post your dates. And I skipped Laura Gonzalez.
She's in custody, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilkerson.
She's not in custody, Judge.
Oh, she's not?
No. I believe
I'm here.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you have another electronic device going, that's hooked up to this meeting, please cut it off. I'll mark you present. We'll check on Mr. Wilkerson. Tricia Sauceda.
Judge, that's my case. I have a waiver of arraignment which she signed and I just e-filed. It only has one date on it. Do you want me to get 3 dates or just have the one? It's a drug.
Go ahead and get the next two, please,
Yes, sir.
and just post them in chat. Zachary Wilson.
Morning, Judge. He's in custody. We filed the waiver of arraignment, and I'll post the additional dates in chat.
George Paredes.
he's in custody, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gary Hillier for Mr. Paredes.
All right, I'll mark you conferring.
Judge.
Omar Garcia.
We're present on that, Your Honor. He's in custody.
Kyle Winter.
This is Attorney Matthew Allen. I'm present, and Mr. Winter is present as well for his first appearance today.
Okay, mark you present. James Ortiz Jr.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, please remove your cap while you're in court.
Oh, sorry.
All right, do you have an attorney to represent?
As of right now, I do not, but after the court today, I will be going to get an attorney.
All right, sir. Have you hired an attorney to represent you in a felony before?
No, sir. I've never had a felony before.
Okay. How many attorneys have you spoken to see what it's going to cost you to hire an attorney?
One, and he said it would cost me around 5,000.
Oh, I don't need to know what they said.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Now, are you telling me that you know how much it's going to cost to hire an attorney? And that
Yes,
you're
sir.
able to do so? And you're able to do so?
Yes, sir.
How long do you need to hire an attorney?
I'm not sure. I will be going today after court.
Okay. Okay, so what I mean is, this isn't something that you're gonna go see the attorney, but you need to go and get 3 more paychecks before you can hire him. You're able to hire him today.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. What's the next arraignment or first appearance date for Atascosa County?
For me?
I'm talking to the coordinator. Is the coordinator online? The administrator?
Yeah, Judge, it's Norma.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
The new reset date for a new arraignment would be 4/14.
All right. All right, so Mr. Ortiz, I'll find that you're not indigent and that you're able to hire your own attorney, and I will reset this case for the 14th of April. Are you on a phone or a computer?
I'm on my phone.
Okay. All right, so I'm not going to ask you to post anything in chat, but I will set this for April the 14th. You need to be back here on April the 14th with your attorney.
Okay.
All right, you're excused now.
Okay, thank you.
Lorenzo Bermea Jr. Bermea, no show, recall. Alfredo Garza.
Present.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, sir. I'm scrolling through the screens trying to find you.
Yes, sir. It's okay.
It says Freddie Stacks. All right. Used to, it would bring whoever was speaking up to the first screen, but today it's not. Garza, do you have an attorney to represent you in this matter?
No, sir.
Are you able to afford to hire your own attorney?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mark you present, and I'm going to ask you shortly to get in touch, to get in a breakout room. You'll get an invitation at some point this morning to get in a breakout room, I believe, with the public defender's office. They'll have you fill out an affidavit, and I'll see if you're eligible for a court-appointed attorney.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Norma Garces. Norma Garces. No show. Dale Edwards. Edwards. No show. Maria Cruz. Joseph Castillo. Okay, am I still on?
Yes,
Your
sir,
Honor.
you are.
Okay, no show. Damian Cantu. Christian Burma or Burmia.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. As far as Damien Cantu, he's here at the probation department.
All right, and does he have his own attorney? Is he?
As far as I know, he doesn't. We can put him in a breakout room to be interviewed.
All right, and I ask him if that's what he wants to do. If he does, fine. If not, have him come back and speak with me.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Christian Burmia, anyone appear? Rocky Berlanga. Sarah Teherina. Nathan Sines.
Yes, sir, I'm here, but my attorney isn't. Sorry.
All right, who is your attorney?
Alan Brown.
All right, and have you officially hired him?
Yes.
Okay. If you're able to, please call his office and see what's going on.
And you would like him here?
Yeah, I'm very surprised he wouldn't have.
Yeah, me too.
Here. Christopher or Chris Rodriguez. Chris Rodriguez, no show. Colton Rankin. All right, I just had a text from, or a message from Ms. Vickers that says she cannot hear me. I guess it's pointless to ask other people if they can't hear me. If you can hear me, will you speak up for a moment?
I was like, Judge, I can hear you.
Can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I can hear you, sir.
Your Honor, I can hear you.
All right, that's enough. Thank you. Someone would text Ms. Vickers or message her and say, yes, she's the only one who can't hear me. Jacob Quintanilla.
Your Honor, Jason Wolf, attorney, is going to be, he was retained for Mr. Quintanilla and was given a reset date of 4/14 for an arraignment.
Thank you. 1F, 2Fs, or an F and an E? What is his name?
WOLF.
1F. All right. Joe Maldonado Jr.
Mr. Maldonado retained Tilden Schaefer with the reset
Right.
date of 6/7.
Joshua McCott.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll mark you present, Mr. Rodriguez. Kendall Jansen.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Jansen, do you have an attorney to represent you in this matter?
No, I do not, not yet.
Okay, are you able to afford your own attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you ever hired an attorney to represent you in a felony before?
Yes, sir.
And have you spoken to attorneys and found out how much it's going to cost to represent you in this case?
No, sir, but I do have the money, but I'm just waiting on I'm moving some money around, and then I should be good.
All right. So you're telling me you can't afford to hire your own attorney and you know how much it's going to cost.
Yes, sir.
So how long do you need to make that happen?
Maybe the money should be in my account in maybe 2 days. So
I'll give you 4/14, gives you 10 days, well, 9 days to hire. You and your attorney need to be back here in court on the 14th.
yes, sir.
That you're excused. Cipriano Sanchez. Cipriano Sanchez. No show. John Miller. No show. Wilson County case, Sean Spalding.
Your Honor, I received a call this morning from Mr. Spalding. Apparently, his son is in the hospital. They had gone to Corpus for, I guess, on a little trip. He's still down there, and the son is still in the hospital. They're supposed to be forwarding some paperwork to me so that I can provide to the court as proof.
All right. Well, Mark, you confirm for right now. Anyone else told to be here today just on a criminal case?
Yes, Your Honor, this is David Wilkerson. I'm sorry, I was having a little computer problems when you first started. I should have had two cases here. One for Laura, and I don't have a docket in front of me, but it's Laura Gonzalez. It's just a waiver of arraignment.
I believe she's here, and Ronald Voucher did not appear.
And Mr. Voucher's with me right here.
Okay, all right.
If you'll come around and right here and say, and acknowledge, just stand right here. Need to hustle up. Just say it, Judge, it's Ronald Voucher. You gotta get the picture in here.
Yes, I'm Ronald Voucher.
All right. Okay, anyone else?
Thanks, sir.
All right. Then we'll start working these cases again. We're going to begin in-person court the first business day of May. We're going to resume jury selections on June the 4th. June the 4th? I think June the 4th. Okay. Anyone has any idea what I need to do, if it's possible to have Zoom put whoever's talking on the first screen? I'd appreciate it if you telling me no. Okay. So if you're getting dates for a jury track trial, that is anything except a plea, or anything except a sentencing or an MTR, then you're going to need a pretrial date if you need one, but definitely you have to have a docket call date and a jury selection date. Those need to be posted in chat to everyone in the cause number, name, date format. I see a number of posts here that are not in the correct format. The reason we ask to do that is that we save the chat from every day, and if we need to go back and look at something, if we have it in the cause number, name, date format, it's easy to just run your eye down the little list of the text from the chat messages. Once you have done all of that, Once you have done all of that and posted it in chat to everyone with the correct dates and format, you're excused on the criminal side. But again, everyone should have the expectation that cases are not going to just be shuffled off, they're going to be tried. All right, with that, I will release the attorneys on the criminal side who have no civil matters in the docket. Let's see if I can find Ms. Norma. I'm going to make her the host, ask her to make me the co-host, and I'll call the civil dockets from Atascosa County. In the interest of Colton Morales, a child.
Yes, Your Honor, I have an agreed order in that case signed by everyone. Do you want me to drop it into the chat?
Please.
All right, and that's the only case I have. I'll drop it in the chat for you.
Okay, but let me make sure I download it because about 10% of the things that get posted in chat on Zoom are corrupted as they pass through Zoom. So let me just make sure.
I'll wait. I'll wait, Your Honor. I'll just mute myself and I'll drop it into Zoom and I'll wait. I mean, I'll drop it into chat and I'll wait.
The matter of the marriage of Crystal and Juan Preciado.
Your Honor, I'm present on that. Judge, I'm substituting in for Ms. Vance's office. I do have her office's signature. I have not received Mr. Vale's, so I'd like to get that entered today.
All right. Just post an order to me in chat. And I'll
Yes,
sign
Your
it.
Honor.
And someone posted to me, do I have it under speaker view? No, but because if I do that, I see the speaker highlighted. Used to though, it puts the yellow box around whoever is speaking. It would move whoever had a yellow box around them to screen number 1. San Miguel versus Peeler. Dropped?
That was dropped, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Woohoo! Matter of the marriage of Gabriel and Judith Romero.
Your Honor, I'm present, Your Honor. This is Gabriel Romero. I don't know if Judith has logged in yet or not.
And are you ready to proceed, assuming she logs in?
Yes, sir.
All right, is Judith Romero here?
I can try contacting her, sir, and see where she's at.
All right, please.
Thank you.
And then a writ of habeas corpus. In re Christie and Cisnero. Mr. Barrera, we called that on the criminal sides. All right, anyone else told to be here today, your case was not called? All right, there's someone here on an LG Harmony 4. I'm asking them to unmute. If you're hearing an LG Harmony 4, please unmute.
Hello,
What is your name?
Hortensia Gonzalez,
Okay, and why are you here, ma'am?
for Christy Cisnero.
Okay, so you're a witness. Okay, Gonzalez with an S or a Z?
An S, sir.
An S. All right. Thank you, ma'am. There's someone here on a 830 area code phone number that ends in 143. I'm asking you to unmute.
The wrong count.
All right, what's your name?
Hello? John Bradley Lambert.
All right. Mr.
I'm in the wrong one. They sent me the wrong one. I'm in the wrong court right now. They just sent me
All
the
right,
right
sir.
one.
All right, well, why don't you
Sorry about that.
and leave, and you can tell Judge Ellison that I actually saw a
Okay.
phone or a something
you.
with your name on it appear earlier, so you can tell Judge Ellison you were in this court. Okay. All right, I've just posted the signed substitution order to district clerk's office.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Vickers, I still don't have the agreed order from you. It didn't make it through. It's come over.
All right, Your Honor, I posted it. It said Beavers on it because that's the name of our client. So you didn't receive that? It says it posted at 9:33 a.m. You don't see it?
No.
Okay, try again.
Okay, here it is. I will get this signed and posted.
All right, Your Honor, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Benavides, I just posted the Beavers order to you.
Okay, Judge.
All right, Mr. Romero, is Judith Romero appeared?
No, Your Honor, I haven't seen her logged in. I tried contacting her. I haven't heard back from her. I don't know what to do now. I mean, I contacted with her yesterday. She said she was going to be here. I told her I couldn't be missing any more work days. I mean, I already missed 3 and she's been a no-show this whole time.
All right, sir. Did you have her served? Did she serve her a citation?
Yes, sir. She was served on February 3rd. She never turned in an original petition either. At that point, she was incarcerated. So when she was, that due date, I guess, was the February 23rd, I believe. They gave her to March 1st to turn in her original petition, and she didn't. That's when I went ahead and I scheduled her court date. But she's been inactive this whole case, sir. So
Okay, so has she ever appeared on a Zoom hearing or filed an answer in court?
She appeared the first meeting, Your Honor. And that was it. Second meeting, which was at Thursday, March 25th, she was a no-show, and we rescheduled for today.
Okay, and did you give her notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir. We both got notice on email on the court responder. I see her email on there as well.
Do you have your proposed divorce decree?
Yes, Your Honor. Everything's been turned into the court.
All right. So let me ask you or someone to post that to me in chat so I can look at it.
Okay, I don't have it on me. I gave it to the court when I turned it in. I never made a copy of it. It was a final decree.
All right, Ms. Benavides, is that available?
Judge, it's in the queue.
Okay. I still have all kinds of problems with my computer, and I have 3 apps open right now, which is dangerous, but if you could just post that to me in chat, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and I see that Sammy Coronado is in attorney requested 4 times. TRLA. Oh, and he's in the pending determination queue also.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the 2 defendants here at the probation department do want to get interviewed to see if they qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Is there any way I could get a breakout room with an investigator?
Okay.
I'll go ahead and put you in one, Mr. Stein.
Can you put the Atascosa CSCD in it?
Yes, ma'am. I'll go ahead and put one.
Thank you.
Mhm. Mr. Wilkerson, if you'll join breakout room number 1, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge, do you call me?
No.
Oh.
Okay, and I'm going to ask attorneys who want to be on the appointments who don't already have a client that TRLA is conflicted out of because of the roundup cases that were done a month or two ago, I think in February, to post your name to me in chat because I need to appoint an attorney. Oh, actually, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Well, I need to know that anyway, I think. All right, Mr. Anders, are you still here? No? Okay.
Christopher Guzman. Have you signed in yet?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
this is David Wilkerson. I was just wondering if I may speak to either Norma or Jennifer or Nancy. I need to hit the breakout room one more time with Mr. Lamb.
I'll put you in a breakout room, Mr. Wilkerson.
Ma'am, the one we were in was number one. And we took care of one issue, but we have one other issue I need to speak to him with real quickly.
Mr. Wilkerson, if you'll join that room again, Mr. Lamb is in there.
Okay, I don't have, as soon as I have the join up,
Yes,
sign up, I'll do so. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
I apologize for jumping in. If I may be putting a break in with prosecutor as well.
I'll put you in a breakout room, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Our office has Mr. Joshua Maycott on page 9 of your docket, and we jumped out of the Zoom meeting to attend another court setting before actually announcing on his case. So we are present and we will be conferring with the prosecutors.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Adam Flores. Maybe you excuse Your Honor. We reset the reset date.
Okay, if you sent the reset date correctly and that's all you have, you're excused automatically.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Fine.
Judge Wilson, Edward Adams for Victor Hernandez. He's the one who has the MTR I'm on, and then the legal aid was conflicted out. I'm not sure if a waiver of arraignment has been filed on those cases yet. Probably not. What does the court want me to do on those? Go ahead and set it for the April 14th for the arraignment date, and in the meantime, file waiver of arraignment.
That's fine. And if you can it can be a one-line thing with a style of the cases at the top. If you'll get something for me to sign, appointing you on those other cases, I'll sign it.
Okay, and on the chat message, do I just put the arraignment date as well as the 3 dates, the pretrial docket call and trial date? I'm confused on the protocol.
Well, it's because we're making it up as we go along. If you're just resetting it for arraignment, just reset it for arraignment. And then if you get those 3 dates when you waive arraignment, then you'll have them then.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shaughnessy, your client's in custody.
Yes, I became aware of that this morning, Your Honor. I haven't had contact with her. I'll need to get down to the jail and get her to sign an arraignment.
All right. And I don't know how busy the jail is, but they should have the ability for you to be able to sign stuff electronically to where you ought to be able to, the attorneys meet with clients one at a time if you want to, and get them to send that over as a PDF in chat and have them sign it and send it back, sign it on Adobe Reader or something along those lines.
Give it a shot, Your Honor. I haven't had a lot of luck with that yet. I don't mind going down there. I need to talk to some other people anyway.
Right.
And also, Judge, just as a clarification for myself and Mr. Adams, on Victor Hernandez's MTR, are we also resending it to 414 to keep all cases together? Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Kenny.
Mr. Wilkerson, go to breakout room number 5. I sent you the.
I've never seen anything yet. It's never come up.
I just sent it to you. Mr. Lamb just got on there. Let me try again.
Okay, is this Norma?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Norma, I'm sorry. I've just never seen the breakout little box yet. I did him in number 1 a while ago and I didn't have any problem, but I've not seen the breakout room box for number 5.
Okay, I'll send you another one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Romero.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, have you previously been sworn in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go any further. I need to ask. Oh, hold on. All right, you're asking that you be appointed joint managing conservators.
Yes, Your Honor. She has a pending case, criminal activity. She was part of that.
Mr. Romero, just bear with me, okay? One, on page 8, there is an issue in that you have it checked off that the sole managing conservator has the ability to apply for passports. Well, you have joint managing conservators, so there's no sole managing conservator.
Okay.
2, on the possession and access, you have standard possession order attached as Exhibit A. And then you have nothing for child support. And then you've attached the previous Attorney General child support order. It says that your wife has custody of the children and you pay her child support.
That order, Your Honor, was back in 2013.
I understand that, Mr. Romero, but what I'm saying is what you provide for in this divorce decree is that the possession is as shown on the attached document, and the document you attach says your wife has possession of the children.
Okay, Your Honor. So if we can just proceed with just the order that's already in place, and I'll come back in court at a later date and get joint custody.
No, sir. I'm going to tell you that you're going to need to reset this. I'm not telling you have to give your. No, I'm going to. This needs to be reset. You need to provide a divorce decree. I don't. With the attorneys, I will let the attorney come back with the promise that they're going to draft a divorce decree that represents what they want the judge to sign. But I've been burned doing that with people who represent themselves because sometimes they just can't get it done. And I need to know that up front. So you're going to have a divorce decree that says what it is that is supposed to happen for the judge to sign before I will proceed on a self-represented divorce.
All right, Your Honor.
So you can set that as soon as the 14th if you want, but again, you need to have some provision for child support. I can tell you that if the children are receiving public assistance of any kind, then the Attorney General's office is going to want to be a part of this, and they're going to want to make sure that there's at least reimbursement for Medicaid, things like that ordered for the children. And if they're, depending on what kind of public assistance they're receiving, it may be that the right to receive child support is signed over to the state, and the state is entitled to have it ordered even if you're not asking for it. But then you also need to make sure that you have the insurance ordered, and that the Exhibit A that you say you're attaching, that talks about possession and support, that needs to be attached, but it needs to be the correct one, the one that sets out whether your wife has standard visitation or less visitation because of the criminal charges that she's facing, it has to be attached and provide for what's going on. While you're filling out, go ahead.
So can we push this back to May? I'm missing. I've missed consecutive work days. I can't afford to be missing. So we can go at least another month or so.
It doesn't matter to me, sir. That's great. All right, but let me talk to you a little bit about community property. The law in Texas presumes that everything a married person owns is community property. The moment you get married, the law, again, presumes everything you have is community property, even though you obviously owned it all before the marriage, and it's not community property. If the divorce decree doesn't either say that something is community property and who it's being divided up to, or say it's not being divided because it's not community property, because, for instance, you owned it before the marriage or it was inherited during the marriage. If neither of those two things happen, then the law presumes that the judge, forgot to divide the property and that the ex-husband and ex-wife own it together still, even though they're divorced. So it's not a matter of whose name is on something or a matter of whether you and your wife have a dispute over it. Anything that's big enough, there might be a lawsuit over it one day. Land, retirement account, automobile, tractor, anything like that, you need to make sure it spells out in the divorce decree who gets it, either because it's their separate property and they get to keep it, or because it's community property is being divided up. Because if you don't do that, as I said, then the law presumes you still own it together, and your ex-wife or her creditors could come back years from now and ask for in a lawsuit and say that they're entitled to part of something that you own.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I currently don't have anything. I just simply want a divorce.
I'm sorry, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure you know that. So,
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
all right. I wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you. So I give the court reporter and get another date for May.
The court administrator, yes, and make sure that you send your wife notice of that, either certified mail at her address or to whatever email address she's been using to get court notifications.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Pardon me, Norma,
Yes, sir.
is Mr. Lamb available for a breakout room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put you on one.
Thank you.
Norma?
Yes, sir.
I was waiting for my client, Christopher Guzman, to log on. Got told by the family he was going to be here at 9. I don't want to set a reset date until he shows up here. If he does log on, can y'all just have him call me and I'll log back on as soon as he does? If not, then I'm guessing it's going to be a nice eye warrant for his arrest.
Yes, sir, that's fine. If you want to send me your information through chat that he needs to contact you at.
I will do. And his
Okay.
mother knows my cell phone, so if they
Okay,
get
yes,
on,
sir.
tell me. Thank you, Norma.
Yes, sir.
Miss Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
can I get a breakout room with Mr. Thornton, please? This is Monica Corrala.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Norma, this is Ruben Flores.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Flores.
Yes, I was just checking to see if Christopher Santos answered the docket. I came in late. He's on page 5, I believe. Oh no, page 3.
I show that the defendant's in custody, Mr. Flores.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes.
just to advise the court, Christopher Anthony Rodriguez on page 8 did show up to the probation department. He is being interviewed for a court-appointed attorney.
All right, thank you. How long has he been?
Sorry.
How long has he been there?
He just showed up about 5 minutes ago.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, so for the new arraignment date, and I apologize if it was posted, I have the June 7th
Sir,
date.
Mr. Ernst, I have no idea.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, that's what the court administrator does, is they take care of all that stuff. If it's not posted, I would expect it had been, but if it's not posted, get in touch with Norma, please.
Okay, okay.
It was posted, Your Honor, and Mr. Ernst, I'll go ahead and send it to you again.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, we have announcements ready for Juan Chapa, and we are ready to move forward on Oscar Valderas whenever the court is ready.
Okay, what's going on with Juan Chapa?
On that case, Your Honor, I had filed a motion for a jury trial solely on competency, and I believe that my client is entitled to that under Texas statute.
Okay,
And
hold on. Do we have an attorney from the state here?
No.
Okay, so is this just something that they need to be here for or not? That sounds like argument.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. They're not opposed to the jury trial on competency. I was hoping that we could come to an agreement regarding competency today, but it appears that we cannot. And so my understanding is that we're ready to set a jury trial date for the issue of competency.
Okay, you'll get those from the court administrator's office.
Okay, very good, Your Honor.
And then please post them in chat in the cause number, name, date, format. And because that's a little bit unusual, if you just put a note at the end of the date that says competency. And your other client was?
Oscar Balderas.
All right, and that announcement is
We may need a member or one of the prosecutors on this one, Your Honor.
Mr. Thornton.
I had filed.
Mr.
Oh,
Thornton.
okay, very good. So I spoke with Mr. Thornton on this one. My understanding is, so the motion is to amend bond conditions regarding the alcohol monitoring device. Our position is we would like the requirement to be lifted from the bond conditions because my client no longer has a vehicle. From speaking with Mr. Thornton, I understand that he's okay with getting it switched over to a handheld device, but he would like to still have a monitoring device for my client.
All right, Mr. Thornton.
Yes, Your Honor. And I guess I wasn't 100% clear, but I'd like to see some kind of proof that that occurred in the pawn proof and that there's no other car. I have no problem substituting that with, I think there's the standard affidavit of non-driving that they file.
Yeah, I mean, the requirement of an interlock doesn't require you to go out and purchase or lease an automobile so that you can install one.
Right.
And I did file an affidavit of non-driving with my motion, Your Honor, as well as
Okay.
proof of the accident that the vehicle was totaled.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get a copy of that motion. I just checked my e-filing queue, but if that's on there, then I have no objection.
All right, so do we need an order or not?
I believe there's an order filed with that as well, Your Honor. If y'all don't have it, I can send it, or I can send it in the chat, whatever is best for the court.
Okay, well, see if y'all have an agreed order. I don't intend to remove the interlock order. It's still on there. Now, if he has filed a proper affidavit that says he's not driving, that's great. If he gets caught driving, obviously, I still want, he'll be in violation of his bond for not having an interlock on whatever he's driving.
Yes, Your Honor. I can draft up a new order, agreed order, and Mr. Thornton, I can send that to you prior, and then we'll file that with the court.
Okay, and have you gotten docket call and jury selection dates?
I have not on this case yet, Your Honor. I will work with Norma on that.
Okay, and if you'll post those in chat before you take off.
And,
thank
and
you,
Your Honor, I think, had y'all already discussed the competency trial? I just got back. I wasn't here for that.
Yes, I had to ask him to get it set. Now, does that take any special precedent? I've never done a competency trial.
Well, it requires the court to first order a competency evaluation, which has been done in this case. However, it was done almost a year ago. Am I right? Mr.
Yes.
Morris? And so I don't know if the court would consider a reevaluation and then a preferential trial setting afterwards, because having a year gap, I'm not certain.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
It's super big.
And that sounds appropriate. I mean, but let me just ask, what sort of issue are we talking about here?
It's a mental faculties issue, Your Honor. Myself and my associate Will Williams, we can.
Okay, but I just want to know, are we talking about mental illness? Are we talking about previous head injury?
Mental illness, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, that can change, and especially if he's been in custody and there was some component having to do with drug use. I wouldn't expect there to be that big a change if it was just like a head injury. All right, so why don't we get an agreed order or just an order ordering a new mental health evaluation and then get a date to come back and monitor that May or June, whenever is appropriate.
Yes, Your Honor, and the June date is actually a 2-week date, so it would be great if he does come back competent and they are still contesting it, that we could have that second week to knock that out, because that's not something that needs to be pushed off if he's making the evaluation.
Okay, and get with the coordinator's office.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Judge Ruben Flores, I have a David Benavides on the first page of your docket. That's a open plea on an MTR with Adriana
Right.
Big. I was just letting you know I was in Wilson County and I'm present and ready.
Okay, and do I have a PSI on Mr. Benavides?
You should, Your Honor.
Okay, I have one on Tehran. That's fine. I'm looking at Tehran for right now. So let me finish looking at that and then we'll do Tehran and then we'll do Benavides.
Miss Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
if Mr. Lamb is available, can I get a breakout room with him, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Norma, may I get a breakout room with Brad Thornton?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, I heard you were working on the Ramiro Tehran. That's my case. Is it okay if I go ahead and slip into this breakout room real quick?
Yes, and let's get Mr. Tehran to the jail if we can. I mean, to the jail courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Norma, this is Mr. Shaughnessy. Is Mr. Lamb available in a breakout room?
He's in a breakout room with someone at the moment. I'll go ahead and put you on once he's available.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is Roland Hernandez from Public Defender's Office online?
He is, Judge. It's Rick. Can I help you?
Well, somebody entered Danian Cantu this morning, and they entered the case as state jail felony. But in county court at law.
Oh, okay.
And it's not just wrong. The problem is that because I'm not a judge at the county court at law, I'm not able to
I believe
who the suggested automatic appointment is. All right. Now, is that Danian Cantu? Is that one of the cases that the Public Defender's Office has a conflict with?
That I'm not aware with, Judge.
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, well, why don't we be certain before I appoint and then we have to redo it?
Pardon me, Judge, can you tell me one more time which case number that is?
21030127. I think it was more like 30 when it started, or 32, but I don't remember.
No, Judge, we don't have no conflict with that case as far as I know. We, the roundup cases were from 21-02-0033 to 56, and those are the ones we had the conflicts with.
Okay.
Your Honor, Kenton
Yes.
Longacre here. I'm here for an arraignment and a bond reduction hearing on Frederick Schutze Jr. He's in custody. We're ready whenever the court is, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, have you conferred with the state on a bond reduction?
I did initially, that was some time ago, only to, I didn't understand that they're opposed to it, but I haven't conferred with them today. Should I? May I?
Yes, please confer with him today. And is your client prepared to sign a waiver of arraignment?
He is, Judge. I just haven't been able to transmit it to him prior to today.
Okay, if we're going to do a plea shortly, if you can get with him in a breakout room, you should be able to post to everyone the waiver in chat, a PDF of it, and then the Sheriff's Department can download it and let him sign it electronically and post it back.
And Your Honor, I believe that's my case with Mr. Longacre.
Yeah.
Judge, which plea are you going to be doing? Just so if I'm leaving, it's not Tehran. Okay. Norma, if you want to put me and Mr. Longacre into a breakout room.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Norma.
All right, Shanna Tolbert has been appointed to the Public Defender's Office.
That'll be me.
And Mr. Cantu, Damian Cantu to Adrian Perez.
Judge, on Shanna Tolbert, who was appointed?
Public Defender's Office.
Thank you.
All right, is Mr. Tehran at the jail courtroom?
Yes, Judge.
And who is going to be representing TRLA on this case?
That'll be myself, Judge Ryan Boyer.
Right, and do you need have you had a chance to look at the pre-sentence investigation report?
I have received that and I have reviewed it.
Okay, do you need any opportunity to consult with your attorney in a breakout, your client in a breakout room before we start?
I hope I don't have to talk to my attorney. No, Judge, we can proceed.
I'm sorry?
We can proceed.
All right, then, calling State versus Romero Tehran. 19-7-180, are both sides ready?
Ready, defense is ready. Brad?
State's ready.
All right, I've received a pre-sentence investigation report. And Mr. Boyer, you said you had no objections to it?
No objections, Judge.
Any additions to it?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Thornton?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one second. The state would like to call the probation officer, Natalie Montiel.
All right, Ms. Montiel?
Yes.
Right. Would you, all right, now, there you are, there's your video. Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Thornton.
Good morning. Now, were you the probation officer who was in charge of both the supervision and the PSI in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when Mr. Tehran was originally placed on probation, were you the supervisor who went over his terms and conditions with him?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And when you do that, did you go over every condition and make sure he understands each and every one?
Yes, I do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did he indicate he understood those conditions?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, just one second. Okay, the first thing I'd like to talk about is states or number 2, rule number 2. How many violations were alleged of drug use in the motion to revoke?
Let me confirm that with you. $13.
Okay, and it looks like approximately half of those were admissions and the other half were sent off for the lab for confirmation. Is that approximately correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about how his probation went with his drug use. Was there I guess, I forget the exact terminology used, but like an action plan put in place whenever he began to test positive?
Yes, it was. When he began to test positive, the defendant was first placed on color wheel.
Okay.
And then soon after that, as he continued to progress and test positive, he was then asked to be placed on supportive outpatient.
Okay, real briefly, what is color wheel?
Color wheel is the defendant is assigned a color. He is to call every day to see if his color is for that particular day, and he is to come in for a UA test.
Okay, is it a violation to both not call and to not show up if you do call?
That's correct.
And to describe his performance on that condition.
In the beginning, he did show some initiative. After that, he would fail to call in, or he would call in late, past the cutoff time. And, or there were just some days where he just would not call in at all.
Okay. And now when he was placed on that requirement, is that something you discussed with him and he agrees to?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so he understood exactly what was required of him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on Rule 26, there's several dates that are alleged. Are those the dates that he did not call correctly or
Yes.
did not report?
Either he failed to call in or he would call in late and not show up for his date, for his drug testing.
Okay. And after that behavior intensified, what was the next course of action?
It was to place the defendant in support of outpatient.
Okay. Now, was there a hearing or how did that get decided?
It was done here in office in the beginning, before his administrative hearing. It was discussed with the defendant that since he was having difficulty remaining sober or like off of the drugs, he agreed to the support of outpatient. After that, of course, it was reviewed with him and he was set up for intakes with one of our counselors.
Okay, and so he agreed to that condition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there also a requirement of him getting a job?
In the beginning, yes. It's always a requirement, especially it's addressed to the defendant that they have fees to pay and responsibilities. Also, it was, to my understanding, he had a son that he needed to support. So, of course, him finding a job is always encouraged.
Okay. Now, on June 24th, 2020, was that the day that he agreed to receive counseling?
I'm sorry, what date was that?
Well, I'm looking on page 10 of your PSI, and you talk about how on June 24th, 2020, there were amended orders for supportive outpatient.
Okay.
It's about 8 lines down on page 10.
Give me a second while I pull up his PSI, please.
I'd just like to note for the court that as to the MTR, the only thing that the plea bargain paperwork that we're pleading true to is number 2, but I'll allow some leeway.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, just in response to that, this is a punishment hearing, so that there's everything is game. He's already pled true, and the court has found him true.
All right, Mr. Boyer.
Proceed.
All right, I don't know if there was a objection there. I guess what I'll state is if there was a count number 1 offense where he was charged with another offense in some other jurisdiction that your client didn't plead true to, obviously I wouldn't let the probation officer testify about that at sentencing, but I think that anything that has to do with his adjustment to probation when we're considering whether he's to remain on probation or what sort of sentence would be if he's not. I think that would all be fair game, subject, of course, to any other.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Were you able to find that?
Yes, I'm sorry, my system's a little slow.
Okay, well, I guess the date's not really important, but was there an occasion where you met in office and you asked him if he was high during the meeting?
Huh?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge
And
was
what was
asking
that
about
response?
I'm sorry?
And what was his response?
His response was, yes, I have, pretty much that he wasn't going to lie, that he was high.
Okay. Now, in preparing this report, do you generally discuss the offense with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did he tell you about the offense?
Let me see here. His only statement was that it was an accident. My girl wasn't against me. She even did an affidavit and charges were still filed. He had no
Okay.
other explanation to say.
And that's all he said?
Yes. And I asked him 3 times if that was exactly what he wanted to say, and he agreed to that.
Okay. Now, the nature of this offense is against a family member, correct?
I believe it was against his girlfriend.
Right. And so BIP and anger management were ordered as a requirement of this probation, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did he complete those at all?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And now what is the requirement on how quickly he complete those 2 classes?
He has within 180 days.
And when was he placed on probation?
He was placed on probation October 28th of 2019.
So we were past 180 days when the MTR was filed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, when he was placed in the outpatient program, describe his participation in that program.
Mr. Teran didn't get a chance to participate in the program. He was asked to do an intake and he was given appointments, both which he had missed.
Okay. So when you say he didn't get a chance, he had a chance, he just missed that chance.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So he missed both intake appointments.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you speak to him about that?
I did. I did speak with the defendant about that.
And what was his response?
Either he forgot or he fell asleep.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyer.
Yes, good morning. Looking at the MTR and violation reports, Ms. Montiel, is it fair to say that Mr. Teran has a problem with drugs?
Yes.
And aside from missing intake for whatever reason, has he received treatment that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
And the large part of the goal of his deferred adjudication was to receive treatment for drug use. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he was placed on deferred approximately October of 2019, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And around, between January, but by March of 2020, COVID shutdown was in full force. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And being with the restrictions and everything, did during that time and until now, is it generally, are probationers generally having a more difficult time, number one, finding work?
That is correct.
Okay. And the Betters Intervention Program, was that running in person during that time period?
That usually, it would depend on the vendor or whoever was providing the services. It was to my knowledge that there were a couple who might have been teaching it online, but it was up to him to call and verify that information.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of if the defendant has internet access?
No.
Okay. And has the defendant ever admitted that he is addicted to drugs?
Yes, he has.
And I believe in the report, it actually says that due to coronavirus, there were delays in providing him or attempting to provide him with supportive outpatient. Is that correct?
Yes, it was for him to sign his amended order.
Okay. And I know that do batterers intervention program, does the defendant have to pay for those classes?
Yes, they do.
And what outpatient does defendant have to pay for those?
Not for the outpatient.
Okay. But for batterers intervention, the defendant has to pay for that. And did the defendant express that he was having difficulty finding a job?
In the beginning, he did, yes.
Okay. And could a lack of money lead someone to become frustrated and unable, or well, make it difficult for someone to go to batterers intervention program?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yes. If the defendant, okay, well, the defendant has to pay for BIP courses, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And he did express that he was having difficulty finding work, correct?
Yes.
In your, I believe you had a proposed supervision plan. That
yes.
In the report, what is your proposal?
It is a substance abuse or cognitive track. It's a pretty much a state of Texas contract immediate sanction facility for a period of not less than 90 days or no more than 180 days, and the defendant shall cooperate with and complete with intermediate sanctions.
And I believe it says, so he would stay undeferred, be sanctioned, and then after that would continue to receive supportive outpatient?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so essentially your office is still attempting to help Mr. Turan, but feel that he needs to be sanctioned?
Yes.
Okay. And you can, and in your evaluation, and did you consider whether or not to do a straight revocation and send him to TDC?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Of course it's up to the judge, but did you consider just giving up on him and sending him to TDC?
No.
Okay, why not?
Well, we are in a position to try to help and rehabilitate the individual. In this point, I do know he did have some difficulty abiding by our conditions, but we're always neutral into the court's decision.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to clear that up. And I think there may have been some confusion. Your office doesn't take a position on the revocation, correct?
That's correct.
So you're not saying he should be revoked or shouldn't be revoked. That supervision plan is merely saying if the judge chooses to do so, here's what you recommend in terms of extending. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you're not asking the judge not to send him to TDC or place him on probation at all, correct?
That is
not
correct.
taking a position. All right. I have no further questions.
Just once again, was the defendant truthful about drug use?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton?
No further questions.
All right, any other witnesses, Mr. Thornton?
No, Your Honor, but I do have a state's Exhibit A that was previously admitted in this cause that I'd like to reoffer at this time from the original sentencing. I've emailed that to both you and Mr. Boyer.
All right, Mr. Boyer?
Let me just check.
And that's the one that has been previously admitted.
What's the content?
It's the offense report from the original.
Okay, no objection.
Without objections, and that's in, you're gonna have an A?
Yeah, it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yes, you should get the offense report. I believe it's a Pleasanton police report, and there's an A with a circle around it. You should get that in the email. I sent it about 8 minutes ago.
Okay, is the violation report already in Exhibit A or already in Attachment A?
Well, it's Attachment A to the new plea packet. Yes, and then so this is Attachment A to the original plea packet.
Okay, so are we gonna have 2 Attachment A's at the MTR?
Well, I can call it MTR. I can relabel it MTR Exhibit B or Exhibit 2.
All right, would you post that to me in chat? I'm trying to have just 2 things open at once.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Brett, sometimes our email goes through our office before it gets to me.
Okay, Judge, it's sending to you right now. And now it's going to Mr. Boyer through chat.
Okay. Received.
And Your Honor, if that's been admitted, I have no other witnesses or exhibits.
All right, Mr. Boyer?
I have no witnesses, Judge, unless the defendant would like to speak.
All right, I'm asking the jail to unmute the. All right. Mr. Teran, do you wish to? Oh, yeah, it says States MTR Exhibit 2. Mr. Teran, do you wish to speak or testify today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, argument?
Your Honor, I'll reserve.
Judge, according to the PSI, it appears clear that Mr. Teran has a problem with drugs that has not been properly addressed for one reason or another, partially, I believe, COVID and some delays there. The defendant has been honest about his drug use, and I believe he's asking for treatment. I don't think he would get the treatment that he would need at TDC. ISF seems to me to be, especially with their the different tracks that is in the PSI, I believe that would be appropriate for Mr. Turan. And afterwards, he would still be under the supervision of the court in this matter.
All right, Mr. Thornton.
Yes, Your Honor. You know, this case is interesting. A lot has been made about his drug use, and that's very important. That's an important part of probation. One thing I would say is that that's even more important in a probation to where the underlying offense is drug use, or that he's being punished for his drug use, such as a possession or delivery or introduction into a facility, injury to a child with drugs available, those type of cases. This case is completely unrelated to drug use. In fact, it's related to his behavior towards a family member and essentially a family violence offense. This particular charge is alleged that there was a collision to where he ran into his, at the time, girlfriend, causing pretty severe injuries. In fact, broken teeth were found at the scene, according to the police report, as well as her jaw was misaligned and suffered a broken jaw. And he left the scene of the accident without tending to her at all. So, Your Honor, I think this particular probation, there's more to it than just treating him for drugs. One, there's rehabilitating him to his actions. And so we look at that, the original purpose of probation, and we look at his thoughts that he gave to the probation officer. He said, my girl wasn't even against me. And so he's not even thinking, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm trying to fix this portion of my life. And in fact, the portions of probation that address that, the BIP and the anger management, he disregarded, didn't really make any attempts. That probation goes up to even complete those classes. And so, Judge, the injuries in this case are particularly offensive. They're violent, and they're very, very damaging to this young lady. And his attitude was, well, she wasn't even against me. She signed an affidavit. So you shouldn't even worry about that. Just worry about me. And when you read the PSI, he's worried about me. Get me the job. It's your job to get me the job. Everything's about him and his conduct. And Judge, we're talking about giving him a second chance. This probation was set up for that second chance. And during the course of probation, Ms. Montiel worked with him extensively. Look how many times he tested positive and how many second chances he got, how long they left him on the color wheel as a sanction. So that's his second chance of being placed on the color wheel. When that wasn't work, they gave him a chance to go to supportive outpatient. There they gave him 2 chances to show up, and he couldn't even show up to his intake appointment. And so, Your Honor, we can see the behavior of this defendant. We can go to sleep at night knowing that we didn't not give him a second chance. In fact, we gave him multiple chances. He chose this conduct. But more importantly, the conduct we have to address is the injury to this young lady. And his attitude of that has not changed at all. So, Judge, we think the only appropriate punishment in this case is to sentence him to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of no less than 5 years.
All right. All right, Mr. Boyer, I'm at this point, I'm going to say that I agree with Mr. Thornton that your client's previous behavior while on probation does not give me much reason to think that his future behavior would be different, because he's going to have to both stop using methamphetamine or anything else he might be using and comply with everything. But so I'll ask, do you want to speak to him? I mean, if he has something to say to me, I'll be glad to consider whatever thing he might have to say to me. about why the future would be different, because what I want is to make sure that he does get off drugs. But also, we have limited resources in probation, and it's hard enough for the people who are going to go out there and then really try to follow the rules sometimes when they have a problem with methamphetamine. So do you want to speak with him? Do you want to call him, or do you want me to proceed?
Let me confer with him just one moment.
Go ahead. And let me say also, I don't mean this sarcastically. If your client's not in that place, I understand you have a job to do, and certainly you're doing your job, but if your client's not in that place, it might be better for everyone not to waste
I understand
resources trying to rehabilitate him if he's not really at a position where he wants it.
I understand.
I'll let you confer with him.
Mr. Boyer, I'll put you in a breakout room with the jail.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I'm back.
All right, sir.
Believe Mr. Turan would like to just address the court.
Okay, is the jail back?
No, I'm not sure.
No, sir, they're not. I'll go ahead and go in that breakout room.
Thank you.
They're back, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Turan, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Boyer?
So, Mr. Tron, you can put your hand down. I just chatted with you. Have you been paying attention to this hearing so far?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, the prosecutor is telling the judge that he doesn't think that you should get yet another chance to be on probation. Did you recall hearing that?
Yes.
And the judge is still trying to figure out exactly what to do. Do you have a problem with drugs?
Yes, I do.
Have you received any official treatment for that yet?
No, I haven't.
Why didn't you go to outpatient?
Because I was running late.
Okay, but why didn't you go a second time, or why didn't you fix that?
Because
do you have an excuse?
Because they kept switching it on me.
Okay.
And I was running late. I was running late for both of them, I think.
Okay, but you knew you were on probation and you knew that was a priority, right?
Yes.
Going back to the original offense, do you regret that happened?
Yes, I do.
Could you expand on that a little bit?
I do regret it, and I am sorry about the accident, and I would like to get treated with help. My father just passed away, and my family needs me out there.
I believe your ex-girlfriend, or now I can't remember her name, but she apparently sustained some significant injuries. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm sorry. I'm real sorry about it, and that's it.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I got one.
How old?
He's 7.
Okay. Where is he living right now?
He's staying with his mother.
Okay. When was the last time you worked?
I would say a year ago, 2 years ago.
What type of work?
I would do a lot of side jobs, cutting grass, helping my brothers with junk.
Did COVID have an effect upon your employment?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did COVID have an effect on your drug use?
Yes, it did.
How so?
I couldn't go risk my life to go do a report or something. I had to make sure that I was not going to catch it for my family.
Why did you attend the batterers intervention classes, the domestic violence classes?
I didn't.
Why?
Because I didn't have transportation, and I just didn't have transportation.
Did you attend anger management?
No, I didn't.
Why?
No transportation and no money.
Did you fail to report for urine tests?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was COVID. Like I said, I didn't want to go over there, get my family in jeopardy.
And you understand that even though it's been a crazy year and COVID has affected all of us, that doesn't give you a free pass to ignore your probation. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
If the judge were to consider ISF or a sanction, or if you were to consider safety or SATF rehab, why should he consider either one of those rather than TDC?
because I need help, and I do believe that I am changed. I have changed, and I read the Bible a lot more, and I'm into God. And like I said, my dad just passed away, and my family needs me out there, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to change.
And you're saying you will do whatever it takes, but so far you have, it at least appears as though you have not done whatever it takes. So why should the judge believe you?
I was locked up. My dad passed away. I just need to be out there for my family.
Okay. Have you ever been to TDC before?
No.
What would you ask the court today?
I don't know.
Are you asking the court for some type of help?
Yeah.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton?
Mr. Teron, when did your dad pass away?
In March.
And you were in custody at that time?
In February, I think. Yes.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that, sir. I really am. Now, you appear to be very emotional. Why are you emotional, sir?
Because I wasn't out there for my dad.
Your dad is what you're concerned with?
Yeah, and because I just my brothers need me out there, and if I can get the help I can, that'll be good. I've gone into the Bible more and gone into God more, and I just.
All right, so are you committed to making a change?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you about when you were on probation. Were you committed to making a change then?
Yes, because I just remember my dad telling me, like, finish your probation, son.
Okay, but things kept coming up, like COVID? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I know you're having a hard time, but we've got to have yes or no answers, okay? If you can just answer yes or no, I appreciate that.
Right.
So in response to Mr. Boyer's question, where he asked you why you didn't do the Batters Intervention Prevention Program, you said you couldn't get a ride. Is that right? Or you overslept? What was your response?
I couldn't get a ride.
Okay. Well, you understand that you could have went to TDC if you didn't complete everything, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you try to get a bus?
No.
You start walking, try to hitchhike? Did you make any attempts at all?
No, I didn't. I was just trying to pay my probation. I was just trying to pay my probation and trying to.
Well, why didn't you try to do your probation? You knew you had to do the classes, correct?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Do you believe that that you have a problem with violence?
No.
Okay. Is that part of the reason why you didn't take the BIP and the other one seriously, the anger management?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I never get in trouble. I don't look for trouble. It was just an accident. It was just an accident that occurred in my life.
Well, was it an accident or did you do it on purpose? Did you run her over on purpose?
It was an accident that occurred in my life.
Tell the court exactly what happened.
It was an accident, and I know it was an accident, and I'm not a troublemaker. You can see my history. I don't have a history of being a criminal. I stay, I stay out of trouble, and I just look to stay out of trouble and just.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Pretend the judge doesn't know anything about what happened that night. Tell him what happened. How did your girlfriend get hurt?
She got hurt. She wouldn't get in the car, and she was chasing after the car, and it was an accident that occurred.
What occurred?
Nobody ran her over. Nobody hit her. Nobody hit her directly with the car. No, it was just, she was just, the back tire happened to catch the back of her foot, and it was an accident. I don't commit crimes. I try to do what's best for me and my family now, and I got into the
All right, if the back tire, sir, just a second. If the back tire caught her foot, how did her head get run over and her teeth pop out and her jaw get broken? How did that occur? It was the back tire.
She was running on the side of the car trying to get the door. As I took off, she was trying to get the door, and the back right foot caught on the tire and it went over her. It broke her foot and it broke her arm, and then it broke her jaw. And
because the tire ran over her head, correct?
Yes, and I am sorry for that. And it was just an accident in my life that occurred, and you know.
Well, did you have a choice to stop and help her?
Yes, I did, but at the moment I'm scared, and I did call some. I was on the phone with somebody, and I told them to call the ambulance. And I just didn't know what to do. You know,
So it wasn't an accident. You made the choice not to do it, correct?
Oh, it was an accident.
Okay, I'll pass. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Boyer.
Mr. Turan, do you regret what happened?
Yes, I do. I wish I wasn't there. You know, wrong time, wrong. Just accidents happen, and now I'm here paying for it.
Well, generally speaking, courts don't like to hear accidents happen. The court generally likes to assume that people are responsible for their actions. Now, stuff does happen, but
objection, leading.
Overruled.
Mr. Turan, do you take responsibility for what happened?
Yes, I do. And I do want to say I'm sorry.
Nothing further. Pass the witness.
Mr.
No more questions. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from either attorney?
Defense would ask the court to follow the PSI for ISF or safety if in the court's discretion, and continue the defendant on deferred so that he can get actual treatment for his drug use and remain under supervision.
Mr. Thornton, anything else?
Judge, yes, Your Honor, very briefly. I think the two things that I pointed out are the two important things to take away from his testimony. One, he hasn't shown any real desire to get help. It's about getting out. He just wants to get out. He told you that because his family needs him, and he feels bad about his dad being there, but hasn't made any commitment to the changes in his life that need to take place. But more importantly, he's still referring to this as an accident. He's taking no personal responsibility for this at all until finally, after I questioned it, the defense attorney prompts him, and he says that he's sorry for it. Well, he's sorry about being in this position. It's clear from his attitude that he's had here with the court and the way he's answered these questions, Judge. So there has been no change made. In fact, he said that the reason he didn't do the BIP or the anger management is because he doesn't think he has a problem with violence or anger. That's not even something that he even considers important about this probation. And so, Judge, there's two parts of this. There's the drugs and there's that. And he has made no progress or taken no responsibility on that area of his life. And so, Judge, we think the only appropriate punishment is prison in this case.
All right, and just so we're all on the same page, this is an open plea, but the state is asking for 5 years.
It is completely open, yes, Your Honor, but I'm arguing that 5 years is an appropriate sentence.
All right, I looked at the evidence carefully. I've looked at the evidence from the initial plea. I find it, I'll concur with the opinion, whether it was mine or not, of the judge when Mr. Tehran was placed on probation, that there is enough evidence to substantiate his guilt. Previously found there's enough evidence to substantiate the fact that he's violated the terms of his probation on deferred adjudication and that a change needs to be made in the disposition of the case. At this time, I will find Mr. Tehran guilty of second-degree felony offense of accident involving serious bodily, third-degree felony offense of accident involving serious bodily injury. And I will sentence him to 5 years confinement in the Department of Criminal Justice. So let me ask, is there any reason why a sentence should not now be imposed?
No legal reason, Judge.
Right, was there any amount of restitution that was ordered in the original plea?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
That I'm aware of.
All right. And were any of the court costs paid on the original plea?
We would need to check with the clerk on that, Ms. Benavides.
I'm looking at that right now.
And I believe this
All right,
was.
well,
He did pay some, Judge.
okay. What is the unpaid portion?
Let me calculate that right quick.
I'm showing $79, Judge.
Unpaid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then, so I will. And did I ask, is there any legal reason why a sentence should not now be imposed?
You did, Your Honor. There was none.
And I'll sentence the defendant to 5 years confinement plus the $79 unpaid portion of his court cost. It's the order judgment decree of the court that he be taken by the sheriff of Atascosa County and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. He'll be confined for 5 years. You'll receive credit for all the time that you spent so far in jail on this charge. And I'll ask the state and the defense to confer and make sure they're in agreement on what that number is. And the sentence will run concurrently with any other sentence you may be under. I'll just state, Mr. Tehran, you will have an opportunity, depending on how long you're in TDC, to receive treatment. Obviously, you need treatment, but the person who's most responsible for your behavior is yourself. You need to find a way to make things happen and not go through life looking for reasons that you can have as an excuse for why things haven't happened. And that is going to go for your entire life. It has everything to do with it, whether it's has anything to do with your addiction to methamphetamine or not. I hope you figure out how to make that happen for yourself, sir. You understand that because this was an open plea that you still have the right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. There are certain deadlines that must be followed if you wish to appeal this matter. I will certify to the Court of Appeals that it was an open plea and that just on the punishment issue alone, you would have the right to appeal. And I'll certify that to the Court of Appeals. I'll ask Mr. Boyer if you wish to appeal or wish to think about it, to let you know what the deadlines are and to let you know what you need to do to request a court-appointed attorney for your appeal. And has the state and the defense had a chance to discuss time served or the number of days credit?
No, Your Honor, but I have those in the file. I'll be more than happy to get in a breakout room and discuss those quickly.
All right, go ahead.
It looks like I'm showing 203 days credit. I'll discuss that with Mr. Boyer. All right, Judge, we've conferred and there appears to be 203 days credit.
All right, and Mr. Tehran, is that your understanding of how many days you're entitled to, you've served on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then. I will sign the judgment whenever it comes to me.
If I could meet with Mr. Tehran just for one moment.
Jill, if you can go into breakout room number 6, please.
All right, Mr. Thornton, I attached the Exhibit B to the plea papers. All right, and on Damian Cantu, how many cases does he have?
Judge, he has one. I did the mistake of putting it in county court instead of district. We have to deactivate it and put it back into district.
All right, well, I'd already made that correction, so now he's.
Yeah, I think Norma had asked Rick, the other investigator, to change it, and we did. That's why it's doubled in there. Sorry.
All right, well, again, that's two appointments now. They're both to the public defender's office. Actually, no. All right, one was to Adrian Perez.
Your Honor, I believe Damien was to Adrian Pettis, right?
Yes, and I just did another one, but that one should be to Adrian Perez because I'm not taking that away from him because it was double entered.
Okay. Can I just give Mr. Cantu, Mr. Perez's number and have him, is he excused?
Yes, and set him for 414.
414? Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, on Mr. Spalding, I e-filed what looked to be some sort of admission to that hospital in Corpus Christi. And I also, I put it in chat to Norma. And I don't know if she had forwarded to you yet. Did you want me to put it in chat to you?
Okay. Yeah, I always reserve the right to second guess the state, but this is the first time it's come up. I have no interest in doing that right now. If you and the state are in agreement that he appears to have a bona fide excuse, I mean, I understand that he may have just crafted that at home with Photoshop. But if you're in agreement that he appears to have a bona fide excuse and you have another date, just that's fine. Just pick it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, on David Benavides, please give me a chance to review the PSI. All right. We ready for David Benavides' case?
They're bringing him up, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, and I put his plea in the chat.
All right, thank you. I have that still. Thank you. All right, is that Mr. Benavides?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, are both sides ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
We are, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We are, Your Honor.
All right. I've been given a precedence investigation in this matter. Has the defense had a chance to look at that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections or additions to it?
No, Your Honor.
And do you need a chance to go into a breakout room and discuss that with the PSI with your client?
Judge, if I could have a quick minute just to let him know what's going on.
All right. The court administrator's office is in charge of the breakout rooms. All right, Norma, if you would give a breakout room to Mr. Flores in the jail. Well, it lets me do it today. I just sent both of you invitations to breakout room 20. Sometimes as co-host, I can do that, and sometimes I can't.
Yes, sir, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, do you have a moment? It's Shaughnessy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to the state regarding Ms. Gonzalez. They gave me a plea bargain offer, and they also agreed to reset for arraignment until the 14th of April, and that's been posted on chat. I'm going to go to the jail and talk to her about her plea bargain offer and get signatures. Is there anything else you need from me?
That's it. That's Stephanie Michelle Gonzalez.
Yes, I don't know about the middle name, but yes, Stephanie Gonzalez.
Your Honor, before Mr. Shaughnessy goes, I told Mr. Shaughnessy this was that Stephanie Gonzalez also has a secondary case. Cause number is going to be 20-12-0340 CRA. I'm not sure if Mr. Shaughnessy has been appointed that case, but if he hasn't, I think it would be beneficial to get everything wrapped up together for him to be appointed.
He posted that number to me, and I think you posted the wrong number on the first case, but 2012-340.
2012-340, yes, Your Honor. And then
Right.
the case that she's on today is 22-35.
Yes, that's an error on that, Your Honor. The post says 45, but it's really 35.
Right.
I'll redo it.
No, that's fine. And you've been appointed on the 2012-340 previously?
I know I've been appointed on one of them. I'm not sure if it's on both, Your Honor, but certainly.
On this one, it's got Robert Gear that was appointed on January 11th of this year.
All right, sir. If you will get me an order to make you the appointed attorney in that one, I'll sign it.
All right, I'll look into that, Your Honor. I'll have to get Mr. Gear's information on that, so I can talk to him about that.
All right. You're excused then. Okay, Mr. Benavides, Mr. Flores, looks like y'all are back.
Back, Judge, we're ready.
All right. Ms. Biggs,
Yes, Your Honor.
go ahead.
Okay. State would call Brittany Ibarra to the stand.
All right, Ms. Ibarra, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Please state your full name
Brittany Ibarra.
and how are you employed?
I work with the Atascosa County Adult Probation.
In what role?
I'm a community supervision officer.
Okay. And are you the community supervision officer assigned to supervise David Benavides Jr. in cause number 1811-0396?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you also the person assigned the task of completing this pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you did complete the PSI and it's been submitted to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Ibarra, were you the probation officer that was originally assigned to this defendant's case?
No, ma'am.
Was it a case that you inherited from another officer?
Yes, ma'am. I inherited it from unit manager, Ms. Campos.
And when you inherited it, did this file contain a set of signed conditions that had been signed by the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when did you take over the supervision of Mr. Benavides?
May 1st of 2020.
And did there come a time during your supervision of this, in this case, that you filed a motion to revoke the defendant's probation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that led you to file that MTR?
Because he was failing to report for his office visits. He picked up 2 new charges and he wasn't working any community service hours.
And did you make an attempt to get Mr. Benavides to go to your office so that he would report to you or a fellow officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you go about doing that?
At that time, we were doing office visits by phone. I would call him. If I couldn't get a hold of him, I would call his mother and leave messages. There were times where he did report by phone, or he would come to the office, but he had a rash and we didn't know what kind of rash it was. So I would take the office visit by phone then, just because we didn't know what kind of rash it was and we didn't want to spread it. And then once we filed the MTR, he just wouldn't call, or he was just failing to report after that.
Okay. And so the majority of that time, once you became his officer, or the majority of the time, you were not really visiting with him in person, it sounds like.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the court what months you annotated that he failed to report, or whether in person or by phone in 2020?
So he failed to report in March and April. That was with Ms. Campos. And then he failed to report to me in August and September of 2020.
Okay. This is in spite of you or Ms. Campos making attempts to get him to report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let's go ahead and talk about then, did he make any payments during his probation?
No, ma'am.
This in spite of the fact that he was employed for some portion of his probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he attempt to complete any community supervision hours while being on probation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Not one? Not any?
Not a single hour.
And what about you mentioned a minute ago that the defendant during probation was arrested on 2 new cases. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive copies of these offense reports?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And is one of those 2 cases a misdemeanor that you have listed in your PSI for fraud by destroying or removing or concealing writing? Is that
yes, ma'am?
And do you know if that case is pending in the county attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am. It's currently pending.
All right. And there was a second arrest, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in regards to an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the status of that case?
It got rejected or dismissed.
All right. He told you that one of the reasons he wasn't able to do community service was because he had some sort of medical justification.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask him to provide you documentation of the same?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Campos did, and then I did. He informed me that Mr. Flores had medical documentation, but at this time, we still don't have any sort of medical documentation to waive any of his community service hours or to give him a reason not to work community service hours.
But in fact, even though he had a medical excuse for not completing community service hours, he was able to be employed for
Yes,
part of
ma'am.
that probation.
China Garden and IHOP.
And Ms. Ibarra, the defendant had previously been on probation in years past, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be correct to say that he has been convicted of 3 different felonies?
Yes, ma'am. And he's never successfully completed a probation.
Okay. I pass the witness.
Mr. Flores?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ibarra, did Mr. Benavides ever tell you specifically what his medical condition was?
Some of the things he told me was that he had heart surgery when he was a baby, that he has a heart murmur, and that he has 1 good lung.
Okay. And has he indicated to you, or do you have any knowledge of any mental health problems that he has?
He told me that he's taking medication for depression, anxiety, and sleeping problems.
Okay. And has your office, given that information, tried to get him in any kind of mental health treatment or supervision?
I took over his case in May 2020, and then he ended up picking up a new offense, and then that's when he started failing to report. So personally, I never had a chance, but he also never mentioned it to Ms. Campos of any wanting any mental health counseling or any of that sort.
Okay.
And he was working with her.
So I'm sorry. So there's no indication in the file that anybody's tried to give him any kind of treatment for his mental health issues?
No, sir.
And when did you say that, if you refresh my memory, when did you say he missed report dates with you?
He missed report dates with me in August and September. and he missed with Ms. Campos on March and April of 2020.
And does your file indicate when he was taken into custody on this MTR?
September 30th of 2020.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Your Honor. State rests.
Right. And before that, were you asking to have the PSI admitted or?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask that the PSI be admitted into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
Okay, without objection, state's, I call it Exhibit 2, the precedence investigation report is admitted into evidence. All right, Mr. Flores?
I'd call Mr. Benavides, Judge.
Mr. Benavides, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Yes, sir. Mr. Benavides, can you let the court know what kind of diagnoses you have as far as your mental health is concerned?
Take sleeping pills, anxiety, depression, and from anger.
And some anger issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you currently, or before you were arrested, were you seeing a doctor for those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it true that the reason you've gotten into these problems with probation and the charge that you have in misdemeanor court is because you got off of your medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand that you need to stay on your medication?
Yes, sir.
But sometimes that you don't do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also have a heart condition. What kind of heart condition do you have?
I had a heart murmur when I was a baby, whenever I was born.
Okay. And so you've been dealing with your heart condition since you were
Baby.
baby.
Yes, sir.
You need medication for that.
I was going, they were going to give me some medication whenever I was seeing this, the heart specialist here in Durrington. But I got locked up, so I couldn't go back to see him.
So right now you're not on any medication for
my heart, no.
But you need to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are you asking the court to continue you on probation today?
Yes, sir.
And are you asking him to help use the court's resources to help you with your mental health and get you some treatment?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
And did you and I speak today about the different options the judge has, and that probation would, if he continues you on probation, would recommend that you be in ISF for a period of 90 days to 120 days?
Yes, sir.
And are you willing to submit to that program?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
And then after you get released from that program, are you committed to continue counseling outside of the program, outpatient treatment kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
Are you telling the judge that if he gives you this opportunity, you're going to take full advantage of it?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Ms. Biggs?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Benavides, you've been on felony probation is that correct, previously?
Say it again.
Have you been on felony probation before?
Not, I don't think so.
Okay. Were you granted a deferred adjudication on an aggravated sexual assault of a child in 2007?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
And you had conditions set by a judge in regards to that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you failed to follow the conditions and you ended up being revoked and sent to prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in fact, you also, after that conviction, you failed to register as a sex offender back in 2008 as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were convicted and you were sent to prison for failing to comply with sex offender registration.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And even after that, when you were released from prison, you picked up another felony and you were granted probation again on the harassment of a public servant back in 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
So you know your way around the probation department and the conditions set on you by the court.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you know that the probation officers are there for you to, to visit with once a month, and they're there to provide services by order of the judge.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember Ms. Campos, who was the original probation officer in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to visit with her multiple times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But at some point, you decided to not do your community service hours.
Yes, ma'am.
You were going to work, but you didn't do your community service hours. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you also then started not showing up to, or even calling. You could have just called in to complete your office visits, but you didn't do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, you've picked up a couple cases since you were placed on probation in this cause.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have nothing further of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Flores.
Yes, briefly, Judge, Mr. Benavides, in all of those probation cases that you had previously, had any of those cases provided you with any mental health treatment?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge, did I freeze up?
Yes, I didn't hear anything from.
Yes, in any of those probation cases that they had placed you on, were you ever provided with any mental health treatment?
No, sir.
And would you like to get some help?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, I would like to get some help.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Biggs?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other witnesses, Mr. Flores?
No, Your Honor.
Let me ask Mr. Benavides, when did you say you went off your medication?
I can't exactly remember what day it was, but it was something like in 2019, if I'm mistaken. Whenever, yeah, it was something like that, whenever I didn't take my medication.
Okay. All right. Any other witnesses from either side or anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Argument?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. The PSI is very clear that this defendant has been given opportunities in the past and has failed to be able to comply with probation. I think this case, this particular probation, I mean, it's been 15 years since he was initially placed on probation. So he's a little older, has been through the system, both in the probation sense and in prison. And so his failure to comply with even the simplest of conditions of probation, I believe, leaves the court with very little choice in regards to the appropriate resolution for this case. So I would ask that the court revoke his probation and sentence the defendant to the 10 years maximum under this original judgment and order.
Mr. Flores?
Judge, unfortunately for my client, the court well knows that mental health is a complicated thing, and oftentimes people get in and out of their treatment regimen. It is clear that my client needs treatment and is asking for help because he's struggling to do it on his own. And nobody's ever really provided him any help. And so based on that, Judge, we'd ask you to continue him on probation and give him an opportunity to complete the ISF program with outpatient treatment to follow. And in the alternative, Judge, we'd ask that the court, if the court is inclined to revoke him, that a lesser sentence be given to him, Judge.
All right, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I've listened to the evidence carefully here. Previously, it's been found there was enough evidence to find Mr. Benavides guilty of the underlying third-degree felony offense of failing to comply with his duty as a sex offender to register annually. And I've also found that there was enough evidence to show he violated the terms of his deferred adjudication, that a change needs to be made in the disposition of that case. At this time, sir, I will find you guilty of that offense, and I will sentence you to 8 years confinement. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed? Right. Hearing none, it is the order, judgment, decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Atascosa County and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. We will be confined for a period of 8 years. Your sentence will commence today. It will run concurrently with any other sentence you may be under. And you will receive credit for all the time you have spent in jail on this charge. Are the state and the defense in agreement on what that number is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor. It's 297 days.
All right. Mr. Benavides, does that sound correct?
Say what again?
297 days credit for time served?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right then. As I said, you'll receive credit for all of that. You understand that because you pled true to the violation of Rule 17, I believe it was, but to one of the rules that you may not appeal the fact that you violated the terms of your deferred adjudication, but because you did not have an agreement as to punishment, that you may appeal the sentence if you wish to. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, there are certain deadlines you must meet, and if you wish to appeal that, I will appoint Mr. Flores to inform you about what those deadlines are and to make certain that you can ask for a court-appointed attorney. I'm assuming that you would still be indigent and you'd be eligible for a court-appointed attorney. And that would be someone other than Mr. Flores. He doesn't do appellate work, but you need to make sure you notify the court in the district clerk's office in a timely manner if that's how you wish to do. And I will find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have the right to appeal as to punishment. And that concludes this matter. Okay, and I just posted the waivers with the right to appeal, the waiver of the right to appeal on yes or no to Ms. Benavides. All right, what do we have next?
Your Honor, I'm ready on a Christy Cisneros.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a plea? Is that an empty, is that a?
It's a bond reduction hearing on both a writ and the actual cases on the docket.
And is she in custody?
She's in custody, yes.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, okay.
We'll bring her up next.
All right, I had her down as just here and not in custody.
And I guess, so she has one case indicted, so there's a motion to reduce bond on that case, and then 3 charges that are not indicted. So there's 1 writ of habeas corpus that encompasses all 3 unindicted cases.
All right, and Mr. Lamb has just sent me, I see an email, which I've got open and my computer hasn't died yet. 3 different something or another's. Looks like
I have those as well.
Reports. Okay. All right. Any objection to me starting to look at them while we're waiting?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before you begin that, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Wanted to let you know that I'm waiting to get into a breakout room with the jail to get a document executed with my client, and having no objection from the state whether we could agree to reset this bond reduction hearing to 4/14.
That's fine. You've already posted that, I believe. Haven't you?
I did. I just thought I needed to run it by you as well.
Okay. No, that's great. And I will excuse you for now. If you are able to get into a breakout room with your state, with your client, do we have any other pleas or things to do in Atascosa County with someone in custody?
Judge, we're still waiting to interview one at the jail for you.
And I also needed to get Mr. Christopher Santos to sign off a waiver, and he's in jail.
Ms. Longer, you're welcome to hang on, and you hopefully will be able to see your client shortly, or you're welcome to leave. Either way, we can just reset the arraignment until 4/14.
Judge, I will hang on. If I have to leave, I will have to do so. I got a commitment in another county this afternoon, but I'll certainly hang on for the time being. Thank you.
So it looks like there's a 3-9 offense report, 2/26 offense report, and a December 3rd offense report.
Yes,
I
sir.
you put it in their title to them. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. It's 3/9/3/10 from 2020, December 3rd of 2020, and then February 26th of 21.
And Mr. Keendalls, I saw you posted something on Spalding or emailed. Is that the hospital thing, or is he coming back in after all?
He's trying to attempt to come in. He's saying that the password doesn't work for him. So I'd asked Norma for a number he can call. So I'm going to give him that number. Now, he is
also the issue that if he's in Nueces County, I mean, we need him present for a plea.
Right.
So that's not going to do much good. unless he was like, already on the road halfway up here. So if the state is satisfied for the time being with the paperwork that he has submitted, let's just get him another date for Wilson County when I'm in Wilson County.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Can
that would be with Mark Leday. I would ask that Mr. Keen Dawes submit that paperwork over to Mark, and then if I can have him jump onto my Zoom thing right now to if he has any questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll email it to him.
And Your Honor,
yes,
and I guess Mr. Rodriguez, there is an additional report. I know I talked to Dan about this earlier from the October 23rd date. I'm also submitting that for the court.
Thank you. All right, looks like Mrs. Cisneros is here. I'll ask everyone to unmute. And I've only read 2 of the reports. Let me finish the 3rd.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let me start by asking how many charges are we talking about? What the October report, is there a charge or a bond out of that?
Out of the October 23rd report, Your Honor, no, she was arrested on that day, and I believe she was released on a bond for that day already. So the remaining bonds would be for the original 3 incident reports submitted to the court.
Right, so let me ask, how much is the bond for the October 23rd, 2020?
October 23rd, Your Honor, that one was, I believe she was already released on that bond. I'm
Right, just how much
unaware
was
of
that bond?
If you give me a moment, I can check.
You know.
$50,000, Your Honor.
All right, and for the December 3rd allegation, I know it wasn't arrested until later.
Yes, the December 3rd, Your Honor, is one of the man delivery 4-200s at 100,000 and the engaging in organized criminal activity at 100,000.
And have those bonds ever been made?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Cisneros was arrested on February 26, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was on the December 2020, a warrant out of that investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Here's I was seeing, it says March 10th, 2020. I saw March 10th, 2021. So I was asking how she'd gotten a report on that. Okay, so on the 3/10/2020 case, Was there a bond on that?
From my understanding, Your Honor, I don't believe she was actually ever arrested on that case.
There's no
And-
arrest, okay.
And so I believe that's why she was,
Says they were all transported.
I'm trying to see.
I was in jail last March for those charges.
So I can double check that, Your Honor. That may have been a mishap there.
Okay, and for the new charges that have not been indicted for the 26th of February of this year arrest, what is the bond amount on those?
There are 3 counts that she's being held on, Your Honor. One of them is a man delivery 1 to 4 grams at 50,000. Another is a man delivery 4 to 200 grams at 100,000. And there's another charge for man delivery PG2 4 to 400 at 50,000.
Okay, so from December, there's 2 $100,000 bonds. And from the February, there's $200,000 in bonds, 1 for 100 and 2 for 50.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what I'm showing from the jail census.
Okay. And on page 9 of your report, it has a bunch of booking information for Ms. Cisneros. It shows a whole bunch of bonds.
On which one, Your Honor?
On the March 10th, 2020 report.
Page 9.
A 40, a 12, a 4.
And then that would be from the arrest on that day, I would assume, Your Honor. I'm trying to double check that to make sure of the bonds.
And the way I read this, it says that there was a PR bond made for a $12,000 bond. Looks like there were 4 bonds. I'm not sure what this is saying. It shows a 40,000, a 12,000, a 4,000, and 8,000.
It looks like there are 4 counts of narcotics. Let me check on that.
The 4,000 is probably a misdemeanor B, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like from that incident, Your Honor, she was arrested on a man delivery 1 of 4, possession 2, 1 of 4, possession 3 under 28 grams, and then a possession of marijuana charge. So the last 4,000 was probably the marijuana charge, Your Honor.
And does it show when she was bonded out on those?
I do not have that information.
When, ma'am?
I was PR bonded out in July for that. I went in on March the 9th or March the 10th, and I was released in July for that on a PR bond.
Okay, so you're the 90-day bond.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Your Honor, the first witness I'll call is Ms. Cisnero.
All right. And what other witnesses do we need to swear in?
Hortensia Gonzalez.
All right, Ms. Cisneros, Ms. Gonzalez, will you please raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And Ms. Gonzalez, you're muted.
You need to unmute yourself, Ms. Gonzalez.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
All right. You can put your hands down. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
And Your Honor, with Ms. Cisneros, I want to just limit this to only finances and nothing about the facts of the case, if that is okay with you.
Yes, I mean, mute Ms. Gonzalez. All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mrs. Cisneros, you understand that you're currently booked right now on 5 separate charges with bonds totaling $400,000.
Correct.
Okay. How much money do you personally have to put towards those bonds?
I'm not sure the total amount, but I have my family that's willing to help me bond out.
Okay. But you yourself personally don't have anything in savings or a value that you could use to put up for the bond?
I do. I have, yes, I have my income tax and I have my stimulus check.
Okay. And about how much have you been able to save up yourself for the bond?
I'd say at least 2,500 myself.
$2,500. Okay. Currently speaking at 400,000, you would have to come up with about $40,000 in order to bond out an surety bond. Is that something that you think that you could ever come up with?
No, not 40,000.
Okay. What do you think the maximum amount you could come up with?
If I could get my bond to at least 100,000, I mean, I'm sure me and my family could work with that.
Okay. And given the fact that you have several different allegations, the judge might, if you are able to make a bond, include certain restrictions on you. Would you be willing to abide by those restrictions?
Yes.
Probably restrictions like drug testing. Would you be able to abide by those? Speak up a little bit.
Yes, I will.
Regular reporting, probably to a supervision officer.
Okay.
And maybe even something along the lines of rehab or house arrest. Would you be able to abide by those rules?
Yes.
Okay. Do you work normally?
I was doing like working for my grandma to help my grandma doing providing service, and I was working at Studio 6.
Okay. And what was your average monthly income?
Well, I get child support also, so I'd say at least 2,000 probably the income for myself.
So total income for yourself that you were bringing in yourself was about $2,000? Yes. And of that $2,000, how much do you spend on utilities and bills and things of that nature?
Well, I was living with my mom. I was living with
Okay. How much of that would you spend, I guess, like on gas, insurance, things of that nature?
I was providing the groceries and I was paying the water bill.
Okay. So about how much every month were you spending for your living arrangement?
I was spending at least $1,200.
Okay. So at the end of every month, would it be fair to say that you had less than $1,000 left over?
Yes, correct.
So how long, I guess, with less than $1,000 left over, how long would it take you to generate enough income to come up with a $40,000 surety bond?
I'm not sure. I would have to get another job.
Okay, but I mean, how long would it take you to come up with $40,000 to bond out on the $400,000 bond?
It would take me a while.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, sir.
Mrs. Netos, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. First of all, were you arrested in 2018 or 2017 for possession of controlled substance?
Yes.
And there was a plea on that case in 2018, July of 2018, correct?
Yes.
From that 2017 incident, you were arrested for a possession of controlled substance less than 1 gram, a false report to police, forgery of financial information, as well as another possession of controlled substance, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you pled and you took 4 years probation, correct?
Correct.
And you failed the probation and you were revoked on your probation, correct?
Correct.
And you were then subsequently sentenced to 15 months in the state jail facility on the forgery as well as the possession of controlled substance?
Correct.
And when was that revocation, Mr. Lamb?
The revocation, Your Honor, would have been, I'm showing 3/12/2019.
Right, thank you.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any other witnesses? Mr.
Yes.
Lamb?
Hortensia Gonzalez.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, please unmute your phone or device.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, Mrs. Gonzalez, how do you know, or do you know Christy Cisneros?
Christy Cisneros is my niece. That's my sister's daughter. And
Okay.
I know her since she was a baby.
Okay,
And I know her since she grew up.
okay,
But since my sister passed away, I try to help her as much as I can.
okay. And as it stands right now, she is currently in jail on 5 separate charges, and her bonds total $400,000. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you decided that you and your family are going to attempt to help Christy raise money for a bond?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you all, as a family, be able to raise enough money for a $400,000 bond? Meaning you'd have to
I
come up
think
with
that's too much.
40,000.
Maybe a little lower because I work and I get Social Security. I can try to help as much as I can, but it's kind of hard right now since her mom passed away and all the funeral arrangements we have and everything. And then she has 3 children here, young kids, her little babies here, so it's kind of hard, but we will try to do the best we can if you could lower it.
Okay. And how old are her children?
I think 9, 8, and 7.
Okay.
Okay.
And who would provide for those children if Christy's not able to make a bond?
Her grandma.
Okay. And how old is the grandma?
How is she? I don't know.
If you know.
Like 60, I guess. I think she's 60.
Okay. How much would you and your family, like as far as actual cash, be able to raise on Christie's behalf?
For right now, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 just to help her out right now.
Okay. And how long would it take y'all to raise the $3,000 or $4,000?
How long? About a week.
Okay. So you think that you and your family probably can help her out as much as $4,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, Mr. Lamb.
Morning, Ms. Gonzalez. I'm gonna have a few questions to ask you. If you don't understand or you need me to repeat myself, let me know.
Yes.
Okay. So how long have you known Christy?
Since she was a baby.
Okay. And were you aware of her current predicament, I guess, her current charges against her?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of the time in which she went to prison in 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you know about the arrest in March of 2020 for narcotics?
Yes, sir.
As well as the October date? You were made aware of that?
That one, some of them I don't know. It happened so quick. You know, I get to hear it from my sister when she used to tell me, but I don't know all the details. And about these last ones, I didn't know nothing about.
Okay, so you did not know about when she got arrested in October or December or in February?
Of this year, yes, I did.
Okay, and so you were made aware that she was arrested on February for multiple narcotics charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You stated that Christy has 3 kids, right?
Yes, sir.
9, 8, and 7.
Yes, sir.
And does she live with them?
Yes, they were living with her and her mom.
Okay, and
But
they
since
were
she passed away, they had to go stay with their other grandma.
okay, but Christy
When
would
my
live.
sister-
Oh, pardon me.
I mean,
Christy
she
would
was
live
there
with her.
helping them with. Yes,
Would live with her
her mom.
kids and her mom.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was she living with her kids in February?
Yeah. Right. Yes, because my sister passed away.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez? Ms. Gonzalez,
Yes, sir.
this is Judge Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Who do you have in the room there with you?
The what, sir?
Who is in the room with you?
My niece,
Okay, what is your niece's name?
Laura.
All right, Miss Laura, I'm instructing you to leave the room and to remain gone until Ms. Gonzalez finishes testifying. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, she left.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez? If Mr. Rodriguez needs to hear from Laura, he can call Laura as a witness. So I'm just letting you know, you are on to testify as to what you know to, not to pass on what Laura or anybody else knows, okay?
Yes, I understand, sir. I understand.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. And
Sorry about
so Christy was living with her kids in February, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Hortensia, was Christy engaged just recently or have a boyfriend just recently?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Cornelio.
Did he help Christy and help provide for her?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what has happened to him?
I just heard last week he shot himself.
Okay. He has passed away?
No, he's living, as far as I know.
As far as you know, but he's in the hospital or something?
He's in the hospital, that's what I heard.
Okay, he's in the hospital, injured?
I don't know exactly what hospital he's in. I just know he's in the hospital.
Okay. And Christy's mom has also passed away within the past year. Is that right?
Yeah, she died January December the 29th, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so are you, I guess, one of the few remaining family members for Christy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're taking it upon yourself to help her?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll pass witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Any other witnesses, Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, you may tell Laura she may return. All right, Mr. Lamb, anything else in this, does both sides rest or anything else? on this side?
Rest.
Well, the state, before we rest and close, Your Honor, state would tender into evidence for the purposes of this hearing, the offense reports from March 10th, October 23rd, December 3rd, and February 26th of 2021.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, they're all admitted into evidence.
State rest and close.
Okay, argument?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the bonds totaling $400,000 are excessive, and they are bonds that neither Christy nor Christy, through the help of her family, can afford, Your Honor. Based on her limited monthly income and the help that her family will provide, a bond in the total bond in the amount of $100,000 is a bond that she can't afford, and she will also comply with any court orders that you place on that bond to ensure that she does not reoffend and to ensure that she does come back to court when called.
Mr. Lamb?
Your Honor, the point of the bonds is for the safety of the community and to ensure her showing up to court. The first thing Mr. Rodriguez stated, or the last thing that Mr. Rodriguez stated, was that she would abide by any conditions put on by the court in reference to the bond. So any bond conditions she would abide by. However, Your Honor, in 2018, she's already shown that she doesn't follow the court's orders. She went through and we gave her probation, and she failed probation and was subsequently revoked and sentenced to state jail. That's one clear indication that she does not follow her bond conditions or the probation conditions. That shows that she, in very good light, would not follow her bond conditions. Now, secondly, Your Honor, the consistency of these cases, the timeline of these cases is egregious, and which is why these bonds are more than appropriate for these cases. She went to state jail in 2019, was released from state jail, and then March 10th of 2020, she's arrested on multiple charges of possession of narcotics. She spends her 90 days in jail, and then in October of 23rd, she's again arrested for multiple possession and for multiple narcotic charges. Now, as the court knows, that there was an operation conducted by the Pleasanton Police Department. There was controlled by, and that's what happened in the December 3rd incident. So on December 3rd, she was part and she helped deal narcotics. And so that was part of the investigation. Now, the arrest warrant conducted was done in February 26th of 2021. And when she got arrested at her home where her kids live, where Ms. Gonzalez stated she's lived with her kids, they find additional narcotics. The original charge from from December, she was found with about 8 grams of methamphetamine. However, when they arrested her in February, she was found with 35.67 grams of methamphetamine, additionally with another 7 grams of heroin. These are not amounts in which people on a day-to-day use. These are amounts in which she is distributing to members of the society. So for the safety of the community, the $100,000 bonds are more than appropriate on the 2 charges that she's indicted on. And then the $100,000 and the two $50,000 bonds are more than appropriate for the day in which he was arrested.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Your Honor, I understand that she does have a criminal history, does have some convictions, and does have several different arrests here that she's pending trial on or pending indictment on. But simply put, the bond is too high for this particular person. It violates the Constitution of the United States and also the Texas Constitution and Texas law. $100,000 is a bond she can't afford that will ensure her presence in court.
Anything else from either side?
No.
Nothing from the state.
All right. I'll note that none of the individual bonds for the, by my count, 9 felony cases that Ms. Cisnero is facing trial on exceed $100,000. And I will deny the request to reduce bond, and I'll also deny the motion for writ of habeas corpus. And I'll ask the attorneys to prepare an order in each case or in each one of those for me to sign to that effect.
I have orders that we can send your way, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
All right, Mr. Lamb. Should we assume that there's perhaps been something where the case from last March has gotten lost, or?
That one was, yes, it's a subsequent, it's a different case, Your Honor, from a different agency. We are getting on the ball and getting that one, getting the labs back from that one. It's been a year on that.
All right, so do you want to set this for sometime after a indictment date in the near future, or like an arraignment date in the near future? So that hopefully, because I don't see that Mr. Rodriguez can advise his client to do a whole lot until on anything, until he knows what exactly all the trials are.
Yes, Your Honor.
What charges are.
Yes, Your Honor. And I can speak to Mr. Rodriguez about a date, primarily certain cases that we will get indicted soon.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I don't know if you want to get a jury date and everything else for this. If you want to do something else, I'll let you decide. Just post in the chat whatever it is you want to set this for.
Well, I do know that on the indicted case that's on page 3 of your docket, today was a day to do an arraignment. We sent a waiver of arraignment over to the jail and notified the jail that we did so. And I went over the indictment and the waiver of arraignment with Christy. However, she just needs to sign it through Adobe Sign, and that was sent to the jail. I don't know. Is there any way that
there was somebody there with the jail? Are you able to? Was that sent in chat? Was it sent in email?
It was sent in an email to them last week.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to ask you to, unless they tell us it's all okay, I'm going to ask you to send it in chat, because the officer, the bailiff who's sitting right there can see it when it's in chat. When it's in something else, it can be difficult to match things up.
Okay, let me get on that.
And then after he sends that, Your Honor, if I may have a breakout room with him, I can discuss about the court date.
Okay.
That sounds good.
And I know there's other people waiting for the jail courtroom, but let's see if we can get that done. All right, is Mr. Wilkerson still on? All right, and I'm sorry, Norma, are you available?
Yes, sir, I am.
I don't know if you just want to send him an email or what, but on George Paredes, the dates posted are incorrect. They posted 5/4/5/19/6/7. It's 5/4/5/11, right? That's what everybody, I hope so. It's what everybody else has posted for the docket call.
5/4/5/19. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what he posted, but it's 5/19 docket call, because if he's got it right, everybody else has got it wrong, because they're all posting 5/11.
7/5. Oh, that's correct. Yeah, it's 77/5 trial date, docket call 5/19. And pre-trial 5/4. But then we do have a jury track that has the 6/7 date with a 5/11 docket call.
Okay, so what is the jury date for 5/19?
7/5.
So, all right, well, it's wrong on the far end. Okay, well, okay, so we'll have two more dates to get him to figure that out before.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I've spoken to Mr. Rodriguez. We're asking for a July pretrial setting so that we can kind of try to get the cases wrapped up, all done together. Is that available for the court?
I'm sure there is something. Please.
We'll ask Norma. I just wanted to make sure with the court first.
I'll send you dates, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
All right, I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to Mr. Garza, Alfredo Garza.
Yes, sir.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you.
Yes.
I'm here, Judge. I can be, if we could be put into a breakout room, I'd be happy to talk to him.
Norma's the
I'll go ahead and put you in a room, Mr. Lamerson.
Your Honor, I know probation had also asked me about Chris Rodriguez on page 8. Was he appointed an attorney?
Public Defender's Office.
Public Defenders. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on Mr. Spalding, Mark emailed me and he is in agreement to reset. I sent him the evidence that my client sent me, so I put the dates in chat for April 28th for the MTR.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, just April 28th.
That's a Wilson County case, Mr. Lamb.
Yes, I'm looking at the April calendar and I don't see
any court.
I don't see Union Court in Wilson.
Okay, I forgot about that.
That's why I was wanting to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why we had a special setting, but yeah, if there's not a real great reason not to do that, let's do it on a Wilson County date so that.
April 26th, Your Honor, would be that you should be in Wilson County on that day.
Okay, I'll do that. To remind the court, it was continued because Mr. Spalding had a misdemeanor theft of property, and you wanted me to find out about that, which I did.
Okay.
But we can address it next time.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks.
Your Honor.
Oh, here comes Mark Lede.
Oh, there he is.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sorry. My attorney, Alan Brown, is not able to make it today, but he said that he already spoke to prosecutors. So I'm not really sure where to go from here.
All right. Who's spoken to Mr. Brown?
Let me double check, Your Honor. It should be my case, but it's on a first appearance.
And Judge, while you're paused real quick, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Hey, on Mr. Spalding, I understand from Mr. Keendaws, he is in the hospital with his son. He has sent me some documentation verifying that. We've conferred. I'm not opposed to a reset, but certainly it's up to the court.
Okay, yes, we do it on 4/26. That's a Wilson County date, I think.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes.
And me as well, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right,
And
thank
is
you.
Mr. Wilkerson there?
He has been, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't see Mr. Brown with filing a notice of appearance or
Yes, no, nobody does.
anything on Nathan Sines' case. So I don't show him in our records.
All right, Mr. Sines,
Yes.
how does Alan Brown spell his name?
ALAN.
Okay,
BROWN.
right. Yeah, I know, I know, Mr. Brown. I just wanted to see if you did. Okay, I'm gonna set you for 4/14, and I'm assuming that whatever confusion there is will be fixed by that date.
Okay. 4/15 for what?
4/14.
Okay. And that's for what? I'm sorry.
Well, that's still for your initial appearance. You were supposed to have be here today with your attorney, and we're going to leave it at that. I'm not going to go any further until we hear something from Mr.
So on 4/14, he has to be here?
He knows what to do.
Okay.
He's got to be here, or he's got to get a waiver of arraignment. His office will take care of it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your Honor, I'm just waiting on that pretrial date so I can submit this waiver of arraignment to the jail.
Okay, I don't
Let me
have
get
it.
those for you.
Thank you, Norma.
Pardon me, Judge. May I make an announcement real quick?
Who?
Mr. John Lamberson, if I could.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it lights up. It still had Norma with the yellow box around it. Okay, yes, go ahead.
I've conferred with Mr. Garza. We're gonna have a waiver agreement on file for the court, just as we reset for 414. We'll get the waiver agreement on file next week.
Okay. All right. If you'll post
Mr. Garza,
414, if
Sorry,
you'll
Judge.
post 414 in chat to everyone.
Yes, Judge.
I just need to, I'll be next on my list or have an e-file.
All right, Mr. Wilkerson?
They're calling you. I'm sorry, did you say something? They're calling you. Who?
The judge. All right, Mr. Wilkerson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Unless you've reposted them, would you go back and look at your postings on dates? Because they all seem to have today's date on them.
Well, that was my mistake, Your Honor. I was just letting you know when it was posted. I have two of them. One of them is for, one of them is for Laura Gonzalez.
All right, Ms. Wilkerson, have you posted what new dates they have to me in the cause number, name, date format?
Sir?
Have you posted whatever new dates they have to me in the cause number, name, date format?
Okay, I was mistaken when you said date. I put today's date rather than the upcoming date, which I also put. I just didn't. I misunderstood the format that you wished me to put it in.
Okay, if you would redo that, because I did not.
Okay, I'll be, yes, sir, I'll be happy to. And just to let you know, just to let you know, one of them was Ronald Voucher. Well, I'll just put it in chat. That'll be easier for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, my apologies. I forgot to ask. May Mr. Garza be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, is Mr. Flores still here?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I don't see him.
Okay, because he posted for Christopher Santos 6/7/7/14/8/9. And 6/7 is a jury selection date, so I'm skeptical that it is also a pretrial date.
Your Honor, I show that a few of them have that. I'm George Paredes or Paredes. I show a 6-7 date as well. I'm not sure if the arraignment papers that were sent out showed the 6-7 as the next reset date.
On the last waiver of arraignment that Jennifer did have a 6-7 of arraignment date until we found out that we were going to have those jury trial dates, Your Honor.
Okay, but
So we're
again.
going to have to get that corrected.
Okay, but it's not a pretrial date.
Correct. So those are the jury set now.
Okay, yeah, Ruben Flores just sent me something that says his pretrial date is 6-7. So I'm gonna just put need dates on here. And if you would send him an email and ask him to either log back on or get with you and get some dates. And did the jail get Mr. Tehran's thumbprint? Whenever it had him in for here for the plea?
Judge, I wouldn't think so. I had not yet sent over any portion of the judgment. So
okay,
I just sent that to you through chat a few minutes ago.
Yes, I just downloaded it.
I just sent the Atascosa County Jail the waiver of arraignment for Christy Cisnero with the dates.
Thank you. All right. So I've got the Tehran. I just need a thumbprint.
Once again, Your Honor, I think Mr. Wilkerson, he posted the date for June 7th. I think he needs a new date.
All right, Mr. Wilkerson, we need a pretrial, docket call, and jury selection date. And you posted a pretrial date, which is actually on jury selection, June the 7th. I'm going to ask you to address that.
Your Honor, I think those, I don't mean to speak up for David, but I've encountered the same issue. The waivers of appearance that were sent to us through the coordinator's office do have a June 7th date on them.
I understand, but that's been superseded.
Okay.
Okay, whatever happened with Omar Garcia?
He is in the jail. He should have a court-appointed attorney for a bail jumping case. I represent him on a kidnapping case. I've spoken with Brad about it, and I have filed a motion. I don't think it's been accepted yet, but filed a motion for a free transcript of his co-defendant's trial.
Okay.
And Brad said he's okay with us trying to get this set for trial sometime in August or September.
All right, and I know this is the first I've heard. I just assumed, and I guess I shouldn't have done that your firm was representing Mr. Garcia on the bail jump.
No, he can't afford to pay us on that.
Okay.
I believe he was given a court-appointed attorney the last time he was in court on it.
Judge, did you need me to bring up Omar Garcia?
No.
Okay.
I want to say Jason Nitz maybe was appointed.
Yeah, I don't see this offense in texture for Omar Garcia, so I'm going to set this for 414 and ask the public defender's office to interview him between now and then, so we don't have to wait and have it done during court.
Do you want to bring back the aggravated kidnapping on that day as well to kind of keep them together?
Sure. Yes, that's fine.
So I'll put that in the chat box. 414.
Yes, let's just put track new case.
Okay. And on that day, if I may, Your Honor, I'll bring up the motion for the transcript.
Okay. That's already been prepared, hasn't it?
The motion or for the transcript, I'm not sure because I'm getting conflicting information as to whether whether the co-defendant filed for an appeal or not.
He filed for him. I'm not sure how far it went. Ms. Cavasso said, did you prepare on the kidnapping case from Atascosa County? Did you prepare a transcript?
Judge, I was trying to figure that out. I don't know. I don't remember doing anything.
Ninfa Carrillo was the attorney.
And Ninfa told me that the defendant did not file for an appeal.
No, he filed at one time.
He did? Okay.
I don't know.
I believe it was a writ, Judge, not an appeal.
Oh, well, okay. It may not have been a direct appeal. He filed something. Okay, so what are we waiting for?
Christy Cisneros to sign the waiver that I sent. And then I also have Mary Jane Garcia. I don't know if we've dealt with her yet.
She's in custody, Your Honor. She just requires the waiver arraignment.
Okay,
which I'm preparing right now as well.
okay, what is there that we need the judge for?
I don't know because Mr. Wilkerson hasn't posted anything on Ronald Voucher. Originally there was a plea, but there was some confusion with the paperwork in his office. So if we're resetting that, I would just ask that we kind of get that on the record or.
Yes. So let's start going over the docket. Page
And
one.
I think Mr. Wilkerson was trying to say something, but he was muted.
All right. But Kenny, I received your plea packet just now. Got it printed out. Ronald Voucher's coming in to sign it. I don't know if you want to, if it's too late to handle today. We're as soon as he gets here, I'm ready to default it to you, but I don't want to hold you or the judge up.
No, I'm glad to get this done if we can, because we got to get things moved.
No, I understand, Your Honor.
All right, well,
He's,
get that signed up, but then he needs to go to probation for whenever when we enter
yes,
it.
Your Honor.
Probation.
Right. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's start going over the docket. Page one, Omar
Thanks,
Garcia,
Kenny.
414, track the new case.
Yes.
Shanna Tolbert, 419, Public Defender's Office. Victor Hernandez, 414. Benavides and Tehran, final judgment. Shapa, 428, 511, 67. And I guess on the next page, same. Caleb Guzman, Nisai.
Yes, sir.
Oscar Balderaz, 428, 511, 67. Jaime Villegas, I think he's yet to be interviewed. Andrew Cantu, 419. Ronald Voucher, question mark, hopefully a plea. Christy Cisnero, did we get those dates?
I put them in the chat, Your Honor.
Okay.
I put in the chat, pre-trial 7/14, docket call 7/20, jury trial September 7th.
Did you post it to everyone?
Yeah.
All right, what time did you post that?
I'm posting right now because I posted it privately to one person
Okay.
because I've been trying to do a million things at once.
All right, Alfred Valdez, 428, 511, 67. Montalvo, same dates. Christopher Santos. I put need dates because the ones Mr. Flores posted were incorrect. Stephanie Gonzalez.
Yes, 414, Your Honor. I was just looking at the dates for the June 7th that was posted. I don't know if the court wants to go back and put them on the 428 docket or would the court just want to give them a new pretrial date? And if that's the case, a June 21st date is available instead of changing the other two as well.
Okay, which other two?
Like on Christopher Santos.
Right.
So instead of giving 3 completely new dates, we can just change the 6/7 to 6/21. I don't know if the court's, if that's what the court wants to do.
That's fine with me, but I don't want to just make that up, especially in the summer. I don't know, the defense counsel may have things planned, so that's why I wanted to wait and see what he was doing.
Yes, sir. And the reason why I'm asking that preemptively is because I know Mr. Wilkerson's client on like a few pages from now has that same date. So I was just wanting to make sure if that was possible for the court, then we can do the 6/21.
That's fine for me, but we're as long as we'll get his straightened out when we get there. But yes, that's great.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Stephanie Gonzalez, 414. Schutze, 414. Although, is Mr. Longer still here? Right.
I don't see him anymore, Your Honor.
All right. Sotelo, 428, 511, 67. Saldivar, the same. Victor Hernandez, 414. Eddie Adams is supposed to get something to me, so he's appointed. Oliva and Coronado, 428, 511, 67. And Coronado is only Anders. Cuddle, heart attack.
Your Honor, the state would still request a NISI on this, and then if we're given proper documentation for it, we can always recall it. But the state's asking for a NISI in this case.
All right, let's call the NISI. I won't sign it for give this defense a chance to get something in.
We should have something by the end of the day.
Raul Gonzalez.
I don't have any notes on this. I'm wondering, it's Mr. Ernst, so he probably filed a waiver.
He did post his dates for the trial date of 8 and 9, docket call 714, and that's another one that has that 6/7 date. So we're going to put that 6/21 as a pretrial date.
All right, and you are going to let him know then?
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and forward him an email.
So it's 6/21.
7/14 and 8/9/9.
Okay, Jose Sanchez, 428, 511, 67. Laura Gonzalez, Mr. Wilkerson. All right, Mary Jane Garcia.
I posted dates in the group chat to everybody, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, I see him right here. You just did that, 7/14, 7/29, 7.
If you'll bring his packet back.
All right, Mr. Wilkerson, did you have dates on Laura Gonzalez?
Well, Your Honor, they only gave me one. They gave me 426. I'll send a message back to Norma to ask her, don't I need at least three dates? And I've not from her yet.
I think the dates that are available have been posted a couple of times, but go ahead, sir. Sauceda, 425, 511, 67. Wilson, 5'4", 5'11", 6'7". Paredes, 5'4", 5'19", 7'5".
5'4", 5'19", and 7'5". Okay.
Garcia, 414 to hire. Winter, 414 to Matthew Allen's the attorney. Ortiz, 414 to hire. Bermea, Nisai. Alfredo Garza, 414 Public Defender's Office. And the rest of the page, Nisai.
Yes, sir.
Damian Cantu, 414, Adrian Perez. Did this Bermea show up, Christian?
I show a nice eye, Your Honor.
Okay, nice sign on Bermea and Berlanga.
Yes, sir.
Tijerina, what we have?
I didn't see her show up, but I may have been in a breakout room, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't show that she answered as well.
Okay. I didn't have anything. Signs, 414 to hire. Chris Rodriguez, I don't think I have anything. Public Defender's Office.
Emerson.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear. Could you repeat that? My apologies.
Christopher Rodriguez.
I did.
Christopher Rodriguez.
I don't recall talking to him. I believe he'd be Mr. Boyers, but I'll be happy to talk to him if he's on.
We advised him to call the TRL number.
Okay, well, but we need a date, so.
Reset for 414, then I would imagine, Judge. I'll put it in the chat.
Right. Colton Rankin.
I don't have anything, Judge.
Nice time. Quintanilla, 414, Jason Wolf. Joe Maldonado had a reset for 6-7, so I guess he's got that for right now until we get, that's one of those cases that needs to be changed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
McCat.
Judge, I posted Mr. Rodriguez in the chat.
Thank you. McCat, 428, 511, 6-7. Jansen, 414 to hire. Sanchez, Nisai.
Yes, sir.
Miller, Nisai.
Yes, sir.
And Spalding, 426 in Wilson County. All right, so is the TRLA interviewing Mr. Villegas?
I just put them in a breakout room, Your Honor.
I believe the last thing we have, Your Honor, is going to be the voucher plea.
Yes, and Laura Gonzalez.
Oh, that's right.
I don't have real dates for those.
Uh,
Okay, why don't we break until 2:15?
Yes, sir.
Enter let me know if you get the Mr. Villegas's voucher or court-appointed attorney affidavit completed, but let's break until 2:15 and maybe the voucher plea will be ready by then.
Norma, can you put me in a breakout room with Mr. Wilkerson?
Yes, sir.
Norma, this is Rick. Do we need to interview Mr. Villegas?
I put him in a breakout room with Roland. He's in
Okay,
there in a
Roland has-
breakout room. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Kitty, can you hear me?
Mr. Wilkerson, go to breakout room number 5. I just sent you the request.
I see it. Hey, Norma, can I speak to you just a second?
If you want to go ahead and go to that breakout room with Mr. Lamb, he has those dates for you, Mr. Wilkerson.
Hey, Norma, this is David Wilkerson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
I'm so sorry to be such a bother. It's been
No,
quite a day today because no one was here and I'm not a very good e-filer and June had to take her mother to the heart hospital and she just got
no, you're
back.
fine.
So that's been my issue. One of the questions, first off on Laura Gonzalez, Kenny asked if we could get the dates of 6-21, 7-14, and 8-9.
Let me get to her.
And we're just about to send in her waiver of arraignment. We just wanted to put the dates on there for you, or for the
Okay, so you had
judge.
you had the trial date of 8/9,
Yes, ma'am.
docket call 7/14,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the pretrial you had what?
6/21.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir. If you'll go ahead and post those.
Okay, may I ask you another question real quickly?
Yes, sir.
I know I know you're going crazy but how come my name doesn't come up? It used to come up and now it just says me to you or whatever. Do I have to do something special?
On the chat, if you're posting them to everyone, it's under your name and then you're sending it to everyone.
I know it, but my
But if
name
you're
doesn't
sending
ever
it,
come.
yeah, I see it. On my side, I see it.
Do you? Okay, because it
Yes,
just
sir.
said on my side it just said me.
Oh, because
To
yeah, that's
everyone.
you. That's why. Yeah, it's from you to everyone. That's why.
Oh, okay, but then when you say it, it says David Wilkerson. Okay.
No, because in our end we see it as under your name. That's why.
Okay, great. I just didn't want to be screwing up. That's
No,
the
sir.
only thing.
No, sir. You're fine.
Okay. Hey, Norma, you know how much I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to go to room 4 with somebody?
No, ma'am. I apologize. That was my mistake.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm
Thank
doing too many things at one time, and I think I pushed your name by accident. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Norma,
Yes, sir.
is the judge out?
Yes, sir. He took a break till 2:15.
Okay. I took care of Villegas.
Okay.
He advised that his attorney he had before had told him he was no longer going to represent him, which was Stephen Barrera.
Okay.
And then on Omar Garcia,
Okay.
it's on that bail jumping. He advised he does not want us to talk to him. He wants to talk to Daniel because Daniel's his attorney.
Ooh, okay. And Mr.
That's what he
Rodriguez
told
says
us.
that yeah, Mr. Rodriguez says he wasn't retained on that, but okay.
Yeah,
We'll
he
let the
said
judge
that
know.
that Mr.
Oh,
Daniel
there's the
was his
judge.
attorney. Hi, Judge.
I guess let's leave it set for 4:14, but not unless he comes up with more money.
According to him, he said that Daniel was his attorney and he was going to continue talking to Daniel. He didn't want to talk to me. Told him, okay. And then the other one, he did say that Stephen was no longer representing him and he was in TDC and he thought this was going to be taken care of a long time ago. But he's wanting an attorney, so I did put him into the system. He's been locked up for about 5 years, I think is what he said. That was on Jaime. Villegas.
Villegas.
And he says he's willing to do whatever the court wants him to do. He just wants this thing to be taken care of. I said, well, that'll be up to you and the judge, sir.
All right, he failed to appear on 3/11, but it sounds like he was probably in custody, 3/11 of last year.
Yes, sir. He's been in TDC. He said that he didn't even know until he was fixing to be paroled out that there was a bench warrant for him for Atascosa.
Okay. All right, I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office.
I believe those were the only two we're waiting for, sir.
Okay.
You don't need us anymore. Oh.
All right. Yeah, we'll leave Omar, what's his name, set for the 4/14.
All right, Judge, and for Villegas, are you gonna reset him for 4:14 as well?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Let me see what Mr. Lamerson wants to do.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Wilkerson, has your client appeared? You're muted.
Yes, on Mr. Voucher, Ronald Voucher, he's appeared, signed all his paperwork. We're e-filing it with the court at this moment, and he's heading over to see Ms. Tristan as we speak.
Okay.
Hasn't arrived, Your Honor.
Well, he just left like 30 seconds ago.
All right, Mr. Wilkerson, so do you have a PDF copy of the plea papers?
Yes, sir.
Would you post those to me in chat?
Yes, sir. Hold on just 1 second. Hey, Jim, the judge is asking me to post these, in the chat.
They're scanning right now.
Judge, if you don't need us anymore, can we be excused?
Sure, yes, no, Mr. Lamerson, we still need to hear from on the new case.
I just sent him a quick little message on his thing to get back on court.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
if I may approach, I apologize. I'm just now starting to do these. And I thought we had to e-file it, but as soon as we're through e-filing it, I will, we'll send you a PDF of it.
All right, thank you.
We're scanning them right now.
All right.
I'll look out for it, Judge. I'll post it as soon as it comes through.
Thank you very much. And Judge,
Yes, sir.
once again, I apologize for holding you up, but on Laura Gonzalez's, I did get 3 new dates. Do you want me to post that in chat for you?
Please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor, I missed if there was any initial announcement from Mr. Wilkerson.
Just that he's signed everything. His client's on his way to probation, and he's going to try and get me a copy of the plea papers in chat.
Perfect. I wasn't quite sure. I stepped
Yeah,
away.
we're set with that. Kenny, and I appreciate your patience.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm going to step away for another minute. I'll be back.
Judge, Mr. Lamerson said he'd be right on. He'd be coming on in a few minutes. He was on the phone.
Okay.
My apologies, Judge. I thought you said 2:15. My apologies.
I did. I just wanted to. I also said I would wait on the Villegas. That came in. I appointed your office. So
Wonderful. Thank you, Judge.
you-
I can speak with him now if I can get a breakout room.
I'll go ahead and put you in one, Mr. Lamerson.
Thank you, ma'am.
we'll ask the jail. Is that Mr. Villegas?
Yes, Judge, that's him.
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
I'll put him in the room.
Okay, Judge. We'll see you next time. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Lada, are you available?
See, unfortunately, what happened is.
Yes, Kenny.
I'm sending you a copy of the judgment on Ronald Voucher if you want to get his fingerprint and just go over and make sure things are fine so we can get it to the judge.
Okay, as soon as he gets here, we will.
Perfect. And it should be sent.
Hey, Norma, this is David Wilkerson again. May I speak to you?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to let you know, I'm trying to send this, I guess, to everyone so the judge can see it, but it's titled for you privately. I don't know how
No.
to change that
You
to
have to change
everyone.
it. You have to change, yeah, the name on there to everyone.
Oh, just to everyone?
Yes, sir. It should be a drop down where you can see, and it has
Okay.
everyone at the top.
I'm sorry, I just never have done that yet. I see Norma.
I think the clerk, once they received it, they were going to post it to chat, Mr. Wilkerson, if that helps.
They've rejected it twice.
No, that was the waiver of arraignment, Mr. Wilkerson. That was not the plea packet. They haven't e-filed the plea packet yet.
We've e-filed it twice and they've rejected it. I apologize. We're having miscommunication. I'm sorry, what? Could you come in here for a second, please?
Mr. Wilkerson, it's Chris.
Yes, ma'am.
If they can post it on chat for you, that would be fine. If for some reason they're having trouble, they can do it through the e-file system and I'll post it for you if that's
Okay.
the case.
Okay,
So
thank you.
whichever way you can do it, go ahead and I'll help you out whenever I can.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Norma. I'll get this other stuff on Laura Gonzalez done in chat.
All right, and I just posted a message to Mr. Wilkerson, so hopefully if he hits response, it'll come directly to me and I can at least get it.
Yes, Judge, that's what we're doing right now.
Hold on.
It's not too bothered about.
Pardon me, Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I confer with Mr. Villegas. We're going to reset for 4:14. If I can get a breakout with Mr. Lamb, I'd appreciate it if he's in there right now.
Okay. I'm not the host. I don't do those.
I will give you a breakout room, Mr. Lamerson.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Yes,
did you guys still need to see Villegas or were you done with him?
we're done with him.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, my approach,
Yes.
this part for the phone. This is David Wilkerson. We've posted Laura Gonzalez's waiver on PDF. And we are about to post Mr. Vouchers on PDF, on chat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Benavides, I just sent you the approved waiver on Laura Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
And the signed Tehran judgment.
Pardon me, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I've confirmed with Mr. Lamb. We're going to reset for the 14th for arraignment. I believe it may be a plea on the 14th as well. I'm going to confer with my client on Thursday and then just get back to Mr. Lamb on Friday.
Sounds good. All right. Yeah. Is the voucher plea package still on its ways?
Yes, sir.
No, I need the plea papers.
Yes, sir.
And I still need the judgment too on David Benavides.
I'll let Miss Biggs know.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I needed to talk with Norma because I I have a waiver that I sent to the jail, and I don't know if it got signed or not.
Okay, well, and we needed to talk to you because I don't remember what dates you posted, but they were not correct. They may have been correct at one time, but they were not correct. And that's on Christopher Santos.
That's correct, and that's the person I was just checking on his waiver.
Okay.
Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. Biggs. She said that she sent the Benavides judgment to Chris.
All right, another time, let's go ahead and just, I don't know what Judge Ellison does, and I know he's moving away from Zoom, but let's go ahead and just send it directly to me. Because that just makes the district clerk's office have to handle it twice. If they get it from the DA, send it to me, and then I gotta sign it and send it back.
Yes, sir. Let me go tell her.
And I have it, Judge. I just need to convert it to PDF because it was in Word form that was sent to me.
And I can do that too, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, so does anyone have a copy of Mr. Voucher's plea papers that have been signed?
Tell the judge that it's going to.
The PDF is coming to him.
Yeah. See this line?
Uh-huh.
Send it to everyone and then to him.
Okay, okay, great.
Whenever there's a check mark, that means he got it.
You got it. Thank you.
Just let him know that it's on him.
Judge, Norma sent me the new dates. Is everything else good to go? Am I excused?
Yeah, after you post them to me in chat, yes, or post them to everyone.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Judge. I'll do that and then have a good one.
Hey, excuse me, Judge, may I approach? This is David Wilkerson.
Yes, sir.
We are in the process right now. It's about 3/4 done. The voucher plea documents to everyone, and then about 1/3 of the way done, the voucher plea dockets to you through chat, PDF.
Right. Wouldn't I get a copy of it if you sent it to everyone?
We were just making sure that everybody got it. I don't know what to tell you, Your Honor.
Well, just seems like doing it that way, if you have a connection that takes a while to load it, will further delay things, but I'll wait and see if one of them appears.
Well, I do apologize, Your Honor. And Mr. Voucher's at probation now as well.
Yes, I've seen him there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Benavides, I signed that judgment and sent it back to you.
Okay, Judge, I got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for that duplication, but the voucher documents are there now.
Downloading. All right, calling State versus Ronald Voucher. Are both sides ready?
It's ready.
Mr. Wilkerson, you're muted.
Yes, the defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Ronald Voucher?
Yes, sir.
Is that your true and correct name?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Voucher, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and
Yes,
a denial of naturalization benefits. So having heard that, do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I could barely hear you.
All right, sir. You've told me that you are a United States citizen, but I need to tell you that despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
Just arthritis.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Wilkerson, do you believe your client is competent to stand trial?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You stand charged by indictment with a state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Specifically, it's alleged that in Atascosa County, on or about June 10th, 2019, you intentionally or knowingly possessed a controlled substance, methamphetamine, in an amount of less than 1 gram. So I said that alleges a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me, meaning I do not have to follow it? But if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement you have and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give me just a second. This thing is frozen up. All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonition to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. And let me ask you on paragraph 2.11, is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And did you also sign where it says verification?
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or affirm to me that everything that appears above your name where it says verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign the certificate of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, sir.
Did you read these documents yourself, or did Mr. Wilkerson read and explain them to you?
He explained them to me, and I read them.
All right, did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with the work your attorney has done for you?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And do you also believe that you have received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, I believe I have, Your Honor.
All right, I'll find that the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will accept them. And I will also approve the discovery certificate and accept it, rather. And I'll ask you, sir, to the allegation in the indictment, state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you an early release in your sentence?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll find that you made your plea voluntarily. You're not under any compulsion in making it. I'll accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate.
State Exhibit 1 and its attachment A.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachment A are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at guilt innocence?
State rest and close.
Defense rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, give me a moment to look at the offense report. All right, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for punishment?
State's ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right. Is there a pre-sentence investigation or a waiver of one?
we'll waive our right to a pre-sentence investigation, Your Honor.
All right, what is the plea bargain agreement in this case?
The plea bargain, Your Honor, is going to be confinement for 2 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. With probated for 3 years of community supervision, a fine of $1,500, court costs of $315, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, 200 hours of community service, drug court fee of $60, drug offender education program, standard drug offender conditions, drug test fee of $50, education, drug and alcohol evaluation, follow those recommendations, monthly probation fee of $60, and restitution of $180 to the Texas Department of Public Safety. And the judgment should reflect the 2 years probated for 3.
All right, Mr. Voucher, did you hear what was read into the record by the state's attorney?
Yes, sir.
Is that your plea bargain agreement with the state?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No.
All right. What sort of previous record, if any, do you have, sir?
It was in San Antonio.
I'm sorry?
San Antonio, I had a record about, it's probably like 15, 20 years ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Have you ever been in treatment for methamphetamine?
Yes, sir, I went.
How recently was that?
Last year for this case.
All right. And what do you mean on this case?
When I first got out of jail, I went to the treatment place. So I went off of Frontage Road in San Antonio.
Okay.
Can't think of the name of it.
All right. And did you successfully complete the program there?
Yes, sir. It was a 90-day.
Was that an inpatient program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from either side?
No, sir.
Nothing from the state.
None from the
All right.
defendant.
All right, then, sir, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement. I found there's enough evidence to say you're guilty. I'll find you guilty. Sentence you to 2 years confinement, probated for 3 with all the rest of the terms and conditions of your plea bargain agreement with the state. And has the probation officer gone over those with you?
I haven't talked to her yet. I don't know who it is.
Okay, all right. Who is going to go over the conditions with Mr. Voucher? Ms. Tristan?
Officer Garza will go over them.
Okay, all right. So if we can get the judgment over to them, and they'll go over the judgment with you before I sign off on it.
Yes, Judge.
Did you receive the judgment from?
Yes, we got it.
Okay.
Okay. You understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you've waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, then, I will find that you've made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that this is a plea bargain and you've waived your right to appeal. I wish you good luck, sir, and I'll,
Thank you.
if y'all can get a thumbprint at the same time, and I'll just wait for the signed judgment to come over.
Yes, Judge, we'll work on that.
Okay, is that all we have except for getting the judgment back?
I believe so, Judge. I don't, have we called the nice eyes officially or?
No, let's go ahead and call them. There's that, what's his name, Tuttle?
Well,
I wouldn't sign it for a day or two.
Yes, sir. I think Guzman on page 2, state's asking for a nice eye.
Yes.
Page, and then Tuttle on page 5, the state's asking for a nice eye.
Everybody on page 7 except Garza,
Yes, Your Honor.
and then Bermia, Berlanga, and Tijerina,
Yes, sir.
Rankin and Sanchez,
Yes, sir.
Miller.
And Miller. Yes, sir. Judges, state's asking for an excise on all those cases.
Okay. Call them and I'll sign them except for Tuttle.
Oh,
I mean, the bailiff.
oh, yes. Okay. I was like, just making sure, Judge.
Drive on over. Hurry up.
Your Honor, may I approach? This is David Brooks, who may I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate yours and Mr. Lamb's patience.
That's fine. All right, I've just sent the voucher waivers to Ms. Benavides.
Okay. All righty. Anything else, Judge?
That's it for me. I will hang on here and wait for that judgment to come back, but everyone else is excused if they're finished.
Thank you, Judge. I'll see you Wednesday.
See you then.
Judge, if I can also be excused, I'll see you also Wednesday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, on that Preciado matter, the civil matter, did Ms. Harkins send in that motion for substitution?
Yes, I signed it and sent it to the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
You want to go ahead and go over the civil docket?
I have an agreed order on Morales, and then Preciado, you had that sub order sent to chat, and then on Romero, reset to 517.
I had reset on request. Did he actually get that date?
Yes, sir, he posted it to chat. They tried to log back in, and then they got back off.
Well,
Because
I
Mrs. appeared.
told him that he went and rounded his wife up, but I said, I still have to have correct divorce decrees. So yeah, we can do it today if he fixed it.
They logged on, but logged back off, and then he sent me a chat that he wanted the later date in May, so I gave him 517.
Okay.
Okay.
That's great. 517, I put it down.
Okay, thank you.
And on Cisnero, I denied relief. There's supposed to be an order filed.
Yes, sir, I got that note. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Benavides, I'm not sure I had hit save, so I hit save and resent the waivers.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't have it. I'm like, and then I just saw you sent another one, so.
Judge, I just posted the judgment on chat.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Benavides, I just posted the signed voucher judgment.
Okay, Judge, let me. Okay, Judge, I was able to open that.
All right, excellent. Is that it?
Like it.
That's it.
That's
Okay,
it.
all right. I will ask Ms. Norma to end the meeting.
Thank you, Judge.